All right, hello everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am your host, Desert Fox. Welcome back to another Railroader stream. So, let me segue here for just a quick second at the very beginning of the stream. So, up until this point, you have been watching me play this solo. And then I've had several of you, ask to link up and play this with me. And so tonight, for the very first time on camera, we have a new buddy of mine, JJ. JJ, you can say hello.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. And today we're going to be operating day 31 of the GLR. Just like as if the solo operations. But now we have two trains running. So we'll start to see the actual expansion of that service. Things in English that are hard. You know what I'm trying to say, people. Sorry about that. Chewing on a snack. So, let me bring you up to speed. So we are 3:12 in the morning. We're about 48 minutes out. This is day 31, so this is the end of the very first month on the railroad. From when I bought the game. So this is the last day of the first month of service if we go by, Earth's calendar, the basic calendar. Today would be the end of January 31st. Or today would be the beginning of January 31st. So, with that said, we're still working at getting the money together to pay down a massive swath of the loan. We spent a massive session yesterday getting to know one another and running pulpwood. We added in the pulpwood service. And hooking Sylvia up and getting a bunch of these odds and ends kind of running on the railroad. Yeah. That just about brings us up to speed. I'll show you what we're sitting at here in terms of our money. We're sitting at about $17,500. And the goal is to basically just get as much money as I can to pay as much of that loan down as quickly as possible. So, yes, I'm running a 3 a.m. passenger train. And Mr. JJ is over here running... I believe you're running the decapods, yeah?
I am running our two. These are the two decapods, number 12 and 13, Little Feet and Big Hands, which I'm running the empty pulpwood cars back to their loading destinations.
For records purposes, you should have clearance all the way to your location.
Not a problem. I was just about to request that. I'm at the East Sylvia board, and I am requesting clearance at this time to... I should know that already. Barker's Creek Loop.
Sorry, was chewing. Permission granted. GLR Pulpwood. Just let us know when you're there and you need further guidance or further greens. So now this is a question I have for you. How much of this game do you play in first-person view?
I have days where sometimes I'll do an entire session in first-person view, where I will take the role of the shunter for a particular train. Some days, most days, I'm in third-person view just because it is easier to view around. But sometimes I'll just want to
Have
increase
a
the immersion a little.
Yeah, I feel that. I can get behind that. Like last night, I put my character. I think I put my character in one of the decapods in case I wanted to switch over to first person and ride along with you. I could just sit there and just be immersed in riding along in a steam train.
I have sat in one of the passenger seats of the passenger cars as they've done their passenger runs before. That's always an interesting one. That almost would be a problem. And I'll route myself onto the loop. Alright, I have control of all the switches between East Sylvia and Barker's Loop,
10-4.
where I've routed myself onto the
Okay, there we go. Sending that.
as we were saying yesterday, with a good amount of people, it would be worth having the CTC board in operation, and you could have a centralized dispatcher.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but... So we figured out how many engines we have on the railroad, which is, on the GLR, we have 14 engines. So, if you really think about that, though, we have them set I kind of have them set in train sets instead of individual, but, like, as you were saying, like, with, the decapods, that you can do the service you're about to do with a single decapod. You don't need both.
Yeah.
I just bought both because, it doesn't hurt to have one. Doesn't hurt to have a
Operational
backup.
flexibility. Yeah, you, just because you could do it with one doesn't mean you should. It might be heavy going. The running the how many did we say there are? 15. Yeah, running 15 empty pulpwood cars is enough for a single decapod. Running 15 loaded pulpwood cars might be a little different. Though the main line between East Whittier and Sylvia is relatively flat. I don't think there's any particularly difficult grades either direction, particularly eastbound. And there is a tweak in chat. Hello, tweak.
Hello. I just realized, looking at my Streamlabs, I had the wrong game selected on the properties, and so the game wasn't displaying. So they were hearing us chat, but they were just had a black screen. So I do apologize about that. You can tell me how I'm fired later. You can tell me how I'm all fired later.
I thought you were doing it for artistic impression. I thought you meant to do it.
I honestly was looking at my Streamlabs, and I wasn't paying attention to it, and I was like, it's dark in the game, but I can see the engines, and I have my tab. I press the tab thing, so all the cars' locations, like, its icon is above the car, so, like, it kind of gives, like, a quote-unquote light. And so, like, a light effect for the car. And, I was looking at it, I was like, I can't see it, but I can tell that we're talking. So, fired.
As a musician, the first rule of jazz is no matter what happens, you meant it.
It's always. I like that. So you're
it's always intentional for artistic reasons.
We don't know why, but we did it intentionally. So, yes. Screw it. I did that intentionally, and you liked it. You all loved it. But yes.
I've yet to see anyone complain.
Exactly. Oh.
Oops. I think what I might do, actually... Crunch. There we go. Now that you've actually mentioned it at the start there, I will do today in first person.
Oh, you're going to do your run in first person?
I'm going to do the whole day in first person.
Oh, shit. Ooh, okay. That might be a little tricky for me, once stuff pops.
That's fine. If you can override that at any time, but for the moment, I'm going to act as my own shunter.
For a I'll probably do the big double coal car run back to Sylvia Interchange at the end of the service day. I'll probably do that run in first person, just to like experience that. Like look behind my engine, look out the window of my engine and just see an endless run of cars.
And it is in first person that you realize running everything like you're doing right now, in reverse with the freight in front and pushing everything. If you were to do that in first person right now, I mean, well, we don't have the signals yet, but
You'd never
you'd be
see
in
the
trouble
signals.
if there were.
Yeah, you would blow every signal. Your depth perception would be ruined.
Yeah. In defense of the way you do it, there is an actual revenue service Amtrak route where I don't know how long he does it. I think it's a couple of miles. A Amtrak loco hauled service does go into a Y, then reverse into the terminus station. And the way they do it is they have the conductor with the air hose, with the airlines on an air hose with a trigger in his hand, so he can actually stand there with a radio as well. So they do have someone with English words. They do have eyes at the front at that point, but they do actually go in reverse without a cab.
I might do what you suggested, and once we clear up some of this debt, I'll probably buy another observation car. Put it on the engine end right now of this passenger service, and then run the train point to point, end of the line to the end of the line, and when it gets to the one end, just run it around to the opposite end.
Yeah.
That way,
do a run around.
Yep, do a quick run around.
The purpose of having the PBO on each end is to save from the hassle of actually having to run around the PBO as well, the observation car. Because that's the reason why, and I notice you haven't got one either, that's the reason why most people sell off their caboose on day one.
Yeah, I sold that thing, I think, like day 5. I just kept forgetting to do it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of extra cash to start you off, and the only thing is a little bit of immersion. It just is more of a hassle than it's worth.
Right. Now, if we were running 25 people in the game right now, and people didn't have enough jobs just to do stuff, then yeah, like, okay, I'd pick up a couple of cabooses and just say, hey, run in a caboose, chill in a caboose, don't die.
Sure. Oh, might want to raise that. It's a habit I keep on forgetting to do as well. When you have the coaling towers and water towers, you forget to swing them back and raise them up. And
oh yeah, yeah, I leave it going. It's just permanently ready to go.
It's a little immersion breaking to see things clipping.
Yeah.
But I on one of my on my own single player playthrough, I do have the what is it, K23?
The logging Mikado?
K28. Yeah, the K28T, the logging tank Mikado.
Okay.
And the area for the hopper for the coal on the loco is smaller than any of the coaling towers chutes. And because it is a tank loco, the inlet for the water and the coal is higher up than they are on the tenders. So even with the water towers, it still clips into the all right. Oops, I just jumped off. The water towers and coaling chutes always clip into the vehicle. Alright, I am here at Barker's. So I'm going to run around on the main line. Oops, better undo that.
GLR 200 and 201 with the passenger service. I just pulled out of Bryson. Heading, I believe, eastbound towards Ella?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like I said, I'm down at Barker's, so I'm not in your lane.
See, like, I will say, like, the one plus to having somebody, like, the absolute plus to this game, once you add somebody into your lobby, into your game, is the role-playing aspect of the game instantly just... It's like pouring salt, pepper, and into your dish as, like, seasoning. It just adds in this, like, layer of seasoning that wasn't there previously.
It's fun to see your own stuff working, but when you're doing stuff and you see other things happening that you're not involved with, makes it so much better.
And I'll work on the lingo so that way I don't sound like a babbling buffoon. I don't sound
That's
like
okay. No one's expecting you to have all the nomenclature down pat.
But I do have a good one. You have permission. After Barker's, you are clear to run to East Whittier, like you're trying to set the Bathurst 1000 world record. Yeah.
Man's done his research.
I'm a big fan of Formula One. I'm a big fan of V8 supercars. Not like a super fan. I don't get a lot of the races out here in America. I'm a big fan of NASCAR. But I grew up watching a lot of Formula One at Melbourne.
Yep.
Park.
Albert Park.
Albert Park. My bad. And then I remember back right before I was born, they ran in Adelaide.
Yep.
And then I know that you guys.
The Australian Grand Prix. So Albert Park originally was constructed as a racetrack. The complex the entire thing, the whole park, the lake, the track around it was originally designed as a racetrack, and then at some point in the past, Adelaide, because Adelaide is crap and it's boring and nothing happens in Adelaide except people grow old and die. Though it does have some very nice churches, apparently. It's famous for its church architecture, because when you've got nothing else going for you, you've always got your churches.
Yeah, churches, liquor stores, or gun stores. Might as well be good at one of them.
Adelaide got the Grand Prix for some time, and then cracked a huge sad when Melbourne when the Australian Grand Prix went back to Melbourne, because it was their race. But hang on, Albert Park was specifically made for the Australian Grand Prix in the first place. We refurbished it, redesigned the track, made it all nice and pretty again, and turned it into what it is now.
It is a beautiful sporting complex, and I've seen videos of what it looks like when it's not in season, and you can see the racetrack. It's a street circuit. Yeah, it's a park. Like, they convert it back into a regular park.
And the majority of the actual track is open to the public as a road, which is the same as... Well, there are three main racing circuits in Australia that are used with international racing. There is Albert Park, where the Australian Grand Prix. There is Gold Coast, which is used for Australian supercars. And there is, as you mentioned, Mount Panorama Bathurst. All
Now,
three of those are street circuits. When they are not closed for racing, they are open to the public, including most people that forget is Mount Panorama. There are houses along the track with driveways leading onto the track, which are obviously closed for the race. The rent when when races are on, particularly the 1000, the owners of those houses make a year's worth of wages just by renting their houses out and
for spectators and
like an Airbnb kind of thing
I
for,
love
for
it.
the weekend.
I love it.
And a trackside at a house at Mount Panorama, you would be as an Airbnb for that one weekend is just I couldn't afford it.
So, how I really got into, started looking into the V8 supercar scene, and was actually from, ironically, was from you guys sending over Shane Van Gisbergen, over from the supercar series to do that Chicago street race they did in NASCAR, and the son of a bitch won.
Yes, because the difference between NASCAR and V8 supercars is that we can also turn right as well.
It's the craziest. And then I started looking up highlights of V8 supercar, and I'm a guy who's watched NASCAR since the day I was born, pretty much. You know, I'm 27, so I've pretty much watched it since the mid-90s, and I've watched it change. And then I've seen some of these clips of V8 supercars, and it's literally just Australia's version of NASCAR. They are so it's so similar. The style,
the design of the cars is very, very similar, but our cars are more closer to the stock version of that particular car, whereas the similarity between a NASCAR and the car that they're ostensibly based on is someone painted a little bit of a badge on the fiberglass. There's very little resemblance between a NASCAR and the car that it's based on.
No, not anymore. Back in the day, it was closer. It was supposed to be closer to it.
Oh yeah, well, back in the day, NASCAR originally started out as from
Moonshiners.
the 1920s, I believe.
40s.
Where
it was like Moonshiners.
1940 or around that, moonshining, and that's how that started. And at the time, and until recent years, the cars were almost stock cars. They were actual. Get off.
GLR 200 and 201. The Whittier local passenger has cleared Ella, heading towards Whittier itself.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I watched him. I would say in Formula One, I'm a fan of Daniel Ricciardo. The shoey.
Yep.
Gotta love a shoey. Never done one myself.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. It's on my bucket list.
Yeah, when you see that, you go, that can't be real, or people don't actually do that.
Oh, no, I do.
Yeah.
No. People do crazy shit when they win. You gotta do it. If you're gonna win...
It's not that people do that... No. When I mean people do that like on a Saturday night out.
Oh, like that's like for y'all, that's a common thing? That's not just like we won, like, fuck it, let's do a shoey. That's like hey, me and Tom are going to do a shoey.
That isn't something that was invented for the podium. That's a thing that happens. It's more of a bogan thing, so you might find it on a Bucks night or a barbecue in certain neighborhoods, or something like that. Word forward.
How's the Barker's delivery? How's that going for you?
Sound. Let's turn that down a little. Oh, I can turn the bell. That's going right down to 0. And I'll turn the main game sound right down so I can hear you better now.
I got a train service, going to be entering service here at East Whittier. I got GLR2 Mighty Mouse with 5 log cars.
Yep, I've still got the token from Barker's Loop east. So you just, if you're sending anything down that way, I'll let you know when I'm ready to leave Barker's.
10-4.
So we can arrange if I'm going to stay on Barker's Loop or whether we're going to pass, say, at Thomas Valley.
You've got what, a couple of minutes left? Left at Barker's.
I still have to. Yeah, I still haven't even pushed back into the pulpwood spur yet.
Okay.
Whoa! I almost fell off.
Yeah. I got the looking at the map board. If I use the map as the board, between Barker's and Whittier right now. I got 200 pulling into Whittier, which is fine. It's got to take on water, so it's got to take on service too. So both,
Yeah.
GLR2 you ain't got to worry about. That's going to Connolly Creek 1, to set down cars. I forgot.
Well, it means that I
part of
won't
its
be able
cut.
to pull into the East Whittier loop, though. That's the thing. If he's there.
No, not for long. He's starting his service like right now, and he's just taking on water. So I'm gonna make it quick to get it cleared for you. Come on, there you go. Yeah, she had 1,300 gallons of water. She could have made the journey there and back easily.
Yeah.
But with the smaller
the-
engines,
The penalties for getting that wrong are too great to worry to think about. It could have. No.
if it's under 1,500, I usually go and put it right at the top of the list for refuel, for water, and that's any of the engines. So if depending on the size of the engine, the coal drag, if that's under, because I think its water tanks are 10,000 gallons each. If they hit 2,500 or about 2,000, I put them on the list to be serviced. So I'll run them. They can probably run about 2 days without.
It's sort of like the same as your car. You don't want to wait till the fuel light comes on before you start thinking about petrol stations.
Yep.
Or gas stations. That's a little late by that point.
It would be a nice little feature if if you had the carb on the car tab, under MU or next to it, they just put warning for service, which it makes it makes a bunch of noise or something. It gives you a notification, like a colored notification on the top of the screen. It says GLR2 needs water. It needs service. That means you have to go find it and look at it and go, okay, it needs water, and then you can put it on the list, because sometimes
would be regular servicing would be a very good addition to the game. Just maintenance, regular maintenance, not even repairs for when you're not paying attention and you accidentally derail your shit. Having the actual regular maintenance and service would be good. It certainly would justify having, because if you're running a railroad, you're only using road and yard mode, with using the AI to move everything. You're not going to derail, not going to damage anything. Every single wagon, every single car, every single locomotive and tender is going to be at 100% condition at all times, because they won't damage anything. Oops, disconnected. I'll jump back in.
Oh, you're fine.
Here, so having staff at the engine sheds, having the engine sheds at all, is just pointless and a waste of money at that.
Yeah.
So having things regularly require maintenance, because then you'll have to schedule those things in amongst your regular. Because if you're never having to um, never having to do any maintenance or anything like that, your passenger service can just shuttle backward and forwards between your two terminuses and just stop for coal and water every now and then as needed, and it can just run back and forth without um, without stop, and you don't have to worry about it. So it gives you something to
Focus on like a side task. It's why with the actual train to service engines, I wanted to make it so that when Bryson and East Whittier need coal, I send all of those coal cars together. I try to time it where all of them need service at the same time, even though that's very, very dangerous. I make try to do the refueling all at once of those cars, so that way it's like it creates a maintenance train.
Yeah, that's something we don't have as well. There's the other thing, we don't have infrastructure maintenance to worry about. Well, if you start thinking about vehicle maintenance, then where does that rabbit hole go? Do we start on infrastructure maintenance? I think that would be good. Random events. A tree fallen on the line,
Yeah.
or track work needs maintenance, or
Like random events that and then at one of the interchanges or at one of the yards, cars propagate, and it goes.
Yeah,
A tree falls on the line.
Track has a condition level on it, which very slowly degrades over time, and you have to perform maintenance, replacing wooden sleepers because they rot through. Like a section of a half a mile or something like that, and like it will slowly degrade 1% a day, kind of. Or
I like that. That would be a really cool idea.
Or 0.5% a day. So I mean, having to keep maintenance of the line once every 100 days or every 200 days, because we're on day 30. We're still on the end of day 30, aren't we? No, we're on day 31 now. Yeah, we're on the
it's the morning of 31.
We're on the morning of day 31. So and this is as you mentioned to me yesterday, this is your first playthrough of the game.
Yeah.
You haven't restarted. This is you have played through 30 complete days of this game in your time in playing this game. So having I can stop that here. So having that maintenance, you would not have seen that maintenance yet happen, because the railway for you has been only operating 1 month.
Yeah. Yeah, if you think about it in a certain light, yeah. So the way I was thinking of it is, so today, with it being day 31, I'm calling it January 31st.
That works.
Yeah. And then like in my notepad, I'll write I have it tabbed like day 31 starting at income, and then I'll put January 31st, so that way 28 days from now, from doing that log, when I look down, I can look through that whole thing and go, oh, okay, this happened here and this happened on this day and this was spent on this day for this expenditure.
You can follow your company's finances in greater detail, because in the log on the finance tab, it holds the last 2 days, 3 days, 2 complete days, and the day you're on. So only 3 days worth of stuff. So anything that happened did happen on day 28 or earlier is gone.
Right. I have to go back through. I'd have to go back through 10 whole streams of this, and that's close to I think the whole
There's
playlist.
an
If I put the playlist on, from episode 1 of this, from stream 1 of this, all the way till prior to this one tonight, it would be just shy of like 42 hours. I'd have to sit and sift through to log everything.
Yeah, it would take, and that is relying on a moment in any during that time where you have on screen the complete day's finances as well.
Right, and I never
Now,
do because I never
yeah,
really thought of it.
do that for every single day.
No, I never did. No, I haven't done the way I have like looked into the finance tab, and the way I wrote that out. That I did tonight. I've had this game since Christmas Eve.
I have considered it earlier, I would have opened up an Excel spreadsheet and logged it all from day one, and I regret not doing that. And I don't want to start another playthrough just to do that.
I'll do that probably once I complete this one and I do a sandbox one. I will probably do that, but the way I'll do I'll set the sandbox like universe company up with like some certain rules. Like we can't just immediately have 90 car super drags. Like the first week we got to cap a train out at no more than 30 cars or something. Like try to progress it like a week by week thing.
Well, that is kind of the point of the sandbox mode, is that you are removing that progression, and by that point you've already done the progression in your company playthrough, so you really could do that. Tweak is asking about the profits looking overall.
I would say the Profitron says we're sitting at 18.2. And then on pulling up my handy dandy notepad, opening up my finance log, we are starting to we've added, we're at 18,000. I started the day at 10,082, so we have added approximately $8,100 already in the 3 hours and 45 minutes of the day. So a sixth of the day is about done, and we're up $8,000. So on the previous 2 days of information I have concluded that yesterday I would have made about $19,000 if I didn't spend anything on milestones and equipment. And then the day before I would have made about $22,000 if I didn't spend money paying back the loan. So this railroad probably produces close to $22,000 in profit, and then after about $23,000 in revenue, and then after cuts and expenditure without milestones or equipment purchases, and just fuel and wages and service, we lose about $1,000 off of that. It's about $700. So yeah,
it's definitely looking healthy.
Yes. So for scale. So using yesterday's math for trying to figure out what class of railroad this would be in terms of its revenue, we make about $22,000 a day, adjusted in 1950s money. We said 1953 roughly was the year for this game.
We went with 1953 based on the fact that both the SW1 and GP9 exist in the game. Technically, the GP9 first entered service, or first was made in 1954, specific, according to Wikipedia. So
fair enough. So we just assumed 1953. So using that point, I will pull up. Where is that? Take a second here. I'm gonna pull that up.
The only information that the game developers have given is the transition era. Although they have not specified when the transition era specifically is.
So, $22,000 in 1953 is worth approximately $252,000 today. So, if I go back to my now handy dandy calculator and do 252, 749 by 365, we produce $92.2 million worth of revenue.
That's a healthy profit.
I'm pretty sure.
That's not profit. That's revenue. So.
Or yeah, that's. I think that's total revenue. Just to make sure here. I said we would be a low-end class 2 right now, in terms of revenue. Not in terms of size, but in terms of the revenue, we would be a class 2. Class 2 started about 40 million, 40.4. Our rough adjusted is 92 million, so it would put us out as a low-end class 2. And I don't mean low-end in like a disparaging remark. I just mean low-end as in we're at the bottom of that totem, that pecking order.
Just past the threshold of between 2 and 3.
A team that was in the junior league and then got promoted up to the big leagues, and it wasn't fully transferred. Like the team hasn't fully developed into a pro league team. So we're getting there. So we went from the juniors into the minor leagues, and I think we're just having I'm having teething. We're working through the teething troubles of it.
Bit of an animation problem there in these cars.
So Barkers are GLR Pulpwood.
Yep. Currently at Barkers on the loop, just completing a run around.
Okay.
Will you couple up for fuck's sake?
Um,
It goes about 4 foot and then stops again, then 4 foot and then stops again. I'm given the instructions, the yard instructions, move 5 car lengths. It's moving 5 feet. How long is a car?
Right. I wonder if it's I wonder because it's running as a multiple unit, it's registering the slave engine as part of it.
It considers the entire consist.
Oh,
so
okay.
you would run it even if you had the 12 cars. So it works it out end to end.
Huh. Yeah, no, I have noticed like sometimes like the train will just go, "Oh, you told me to move 10, 15 car lengths or 20 car lengths, but I have to go on break in like 2 minutes and I can only move like 5."
It's like the meme that's going around for the porn stars, PAWN, and it's best I can do is 10 car lengths. Best I can do is 3 feet.
Yeah, best I can do is 3 feet. I like that. Oh. I'm kind of... we're watching you from Skycam 9 right now.
I'm heading towards the points.
10-4. I'm going to give you clearance because it's early morning. And the passenger train sitting in Whittier is probably its best spot to sit in because we're just under 5 minutes from the interchange, from the day changing over, from the potential service. Because it doesn't hit exactly at 4. It hits at like 4:05. Sweetheart,
yeah.
You done fucked it. You done fucked it royally, sweetheart. So, why don't you... Mighty Mouse and Betsy are having an argument.
All right, so you said that I was cleared because I'm entering the main line.
Green light.
Right. That's all I need to hear. I'll jump back in the actual cab now. Hey, whoops,
Yeah.
I missed it.
GLR
Good thing I can
pulpwood.
run faster than the train.
So because of its importance to Silva, I am going to deem GLR pulpwood more important than the uh, passenger service prior to 6
That's
a.m.
okay. I will pull into the loop at Thomas Valley.
Okay. Yeah, because we took on service. Both engines are ready to go. I just want you to get rolling. So you know
Whoops,
what? You're gonna pull up in Thomas Valley.
Yep.
Okay, I will then send Mr. Train. We're gonna send the twins rolling. Also, for those of you watching, I have to give a point of credit here to Mr. JJ. He helped me figure out the actual proper way intended by the designers of the game how to run the multiple units. And I will show you that here in just a quick second and demonstrate how it works. You'll see basically right now with the passenger train, if you haven't quite figured it out by looking, it's really quite simple. So I'm going to use this passenger train. So GLR 200 is the lead locomotive of this set. He's got it switched around so like Donald and Douglas are no longer yelling at each other. They're upset with each other, so they're just running tender to tender for story purposes. Regardless,
Bum to bum.
Yeah, moving on. So GLR 20 is the actual lead locomotive. So down here I have cut out, not clicked, and I have MU, not clicked. I also have it running in road reverse. Just leaving it alone. Now, GLR 201 has cut out clicked and MU clicked. And then over in orders, it is set to manual. Now, at first I didn't quite understand this, thinking that I would have to control 200, or 201. No. It just sends a signal to 201 to copy, effectively, whatever 200 is doing, and replicate it with however it can. So, I have 200 set in reverse. GLR1 reads that as go forward, because it is attached to it in a reverse fashion, in the opposite end fashion. This was apparently
this direction.
This is apparently the way I was kind of doing it. I was somewhat doing this right from like day 1 and day 2 before I switched it to the way I was doing it, which was actually manually controlling one of the engines and having the other one in AI road mode. So this is actually a lot more. Once I started doing it and learned kind of quickly how to, it only took me a couple of runs of doing it to kind of get it under my fingers. I would say the efficiency of this has saved me maybe 2 hours worth of work on time servicing engines. Whereas this passenger train, for example, would have to stop in Bryson each way to get water. This train started in Silva, took water in Dillsboro, went all the way to Alarka, and all the way back to Whittier, and then took water in Whittier on the return trip. So it can go about all the way, about 75% of the full trip on a single tank of water, whereas before I'd have to stop twice on the journey, one each way. So efficiency-wise, Mr. JJ, thank you so much. Like you have brought efficiency to the Great Lakes Railroad. We paid $548 for 3 cars to be serviced for fuel. It'll be nice though once we actually have some diesels running on this son of a bitch, and we need to have the coal or the diesel cars, the tank wagons. Interchanges that capacity with 42 cars. I am gonna go take a look.
42.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we need to work out nomenclature for how we're actually going to name these trains as far as like on the CTC board goes. Oh, an ad started for me. I'm thinking Twitch can have the same ad. Or an
Oh,
ad.
yeah, I just seen that pop up. It's not mine. Yeah, Twitch sometimes likes to do that.
What was I saying? Yeah, we might want to work out nomenclature for naming, because trains generally are, we could be named the name of the trains or the name of the run, because the I'll work it out in some way. Either way, I'm on the loop.
Oh yeah, yeah. Train's heading your way.
Yep,
I need to stop
I see it.
in
It's
Wilmot.
about to pass.
Yeah, I need to teleport to
Oh,
Wilmot instead of Fuse.
the passenger train. I'm off the main line at the moment, so and the
Can you?
track is routed through the main on both ends, so he doesn't have to stop at all. Oh, look, there he is.
Oh yeah,
Zooming around the corner,
she
arse
should
end
just be
first.
coming flying.
Yeah, he's
Doing
zooming past
it's
arse end first.
it says here she's doing 39.
I
Um,
think, yeah, I think the track in this section is 45.
close to that. So okay, so are you saying um like kind of how I'm calling like the passenger train GLR 200 or like
Yeah,
the
because
Whittier
that's the
local
name of the,
passenger?
yeah, because that's the locomotive's name, not the service.
Mm.
Because the locomotives can get changed around at any time, but the service remains the same.
So I would be
Uh,
calling it Whittier local passenger.
or there, yeah, but how many you could have multiple Whittier local passengers,
Oh, I just
and
have the
it's not
one.
necessarily Whittier either. But yeah, for instance, where did you start the journey?
That train started. Technically, it'd be Silva. Well, it used to start. It used
Well,
to
no.
start in
Where did it start this journey?
Silva.
No, it's heading towards Silver. Where did it start its journey?
Oh, Alarka. Sorry.
Alaka, and it's heading to Silver.
Yeah.
Uh, and, what were the thingy? What's the numbers again? Um,
Oh, so so I need to change like the crew name from.
no, it will be the service number. Uh, uh, train number. Okay, that's what I think. So all right, I know that we're going to go way off on a tangent here because this is a game that's set in the United States, but I think that also does a similar thing in the United States. Um, in Australia, train numbering runs has 4 letters or 4 characters: a number, a letter, and a number. The first number defines what type of train it is. The second letter is taken from a list of possible. The second character is the place of origin. The third character is the destination, and the fourth character is just an increasing number based on repetition for the day. So if you've got 4 trains that are of the same type, oh no, hang on, no, it's day of the week. I'm reading that wrong. First character is day of the week. Second character is this is too complicated. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So
I would have to look. Oh, was it the British? Because it had, yeah, there was train reporting number is the word that I'm. Yeah, it was the British system. The train reporting number is the one that I'm thinking of, and Train reporting number in Great Britain identifies a particular train service. It consists of a single-digit number indicating the class, type of train, or the class train, a letter indicating the destination area, and a two-digit number identifying the individual train or indicating the for the head code.
Huh.
So I would like to find out what in transition area train reporting numbers are for the US, how they work those. US
Well, let's
14
hit the
number.
Google. Railroad reporting marks in what? Transition era?
Oh, the 1950s. Class 1 railroads, no, that's not it. Tops is not it either.
So it looks like
Australia
looking at the car.
For a similar named rolling stock identification? No, that's
Well,
for.
So it's got S, like looking here. I think it has like the company with its. What the fuck? I don't understand.
Say.
Here, I'll just look up like. Okay, so I'm looking up Union Pacific's a list of Union Pacific's like the cars it hauls, like are like some of these railroads and such. So it looks like it's just the abbreviation of the company. So like
UP.
Union.
We're not. I'm not looking for the name of the train or how they like the number plate of a train. I'm looking for the actual journey. The journey itself doesn't usually have much to do with the actual vehicles used.
Huh.
Oh. USA train reporting number train.
All right. Oh shit! Stop train. Stop. Yep. You're just gonna burn water.
And that's the train reporting number in. I'm specifically asking for the USA, and it's giving me UK.
You might have to pick like a specific railroad in the USA.
No, it would be universal.
Oh.
That's the thing. CSX and Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern would use the same system. It would have to be a universal system because they would need to communicate with each other.
So
on any shared lines.
So like if they were trying to say like Union Pacific 4014, which is the big boy, I think it's rail service number, like the number it's called like out on the radio to like from dispatches, it's called UP 4014. So
yeah, but that's the identifier of the locomotive.
Okay, so you're looking for the full
rather
the full
than
concept.
what it's doing. Yeah, what I'm looking for is for the journey number. So
it could be like
every journey.
So if we were to say create one using that, it would be like I'm just spitballing here. It'd be like UP 4014.
No, stop.
Oh, go ahead.
It would not include the number, it would not include the identifier of the locomotive, because we're not looking for the locomotive. We're looking for the journey. We're looking for the trip that goes from destination to destination at specific time. It doesn't matter what type of freight it's hauling. It doesn't matter the locomotives that that's being hauled by. It doesn't matter any of those things. They're not relevant to the train reporting number. And what is the transportation? Yes. This might be it. What is an AAR code? Oh, no, that's not it. No, that's not what I'm...
I have an absolutely walloping train put together right now in Silva Interchange. It says 35 cars. Alright, I'm green lining the passenger train down to Dillsboro. Passenger stop. I'm not actually going to put the fusee back in at Wilmot for now. Because I'm actually going to pull this train into the siding here and park it for a little bit. Because I think we're going to have a giant fuck-off freight train come rolling through here. Okay, now you.
I would have to. I've got a better idea.
Where's that car going? Dillsboro?
Apparently, I do not have the better idea. I thought I had a better idea. Apparently, I don't.
There we go. I'm about to clear out Silva Interchange in 2 trains.
Who? You probably bringing all your groceries from your car into your house in 2 trips too, don't you?
I try. Unless it's got like the cat litter, cat food, and like we buy like a case of pop or something.
Real men bring all the groceries in 1 trip.
I try. I can carry all of the bagged groceries, like all of like everything like that. I can usually do in a trip. It's once it gets to like the milk and carrying cases of water. It's like I can't juggle. I'm not an octopus. I can't juggle 14 things at once. I wish I could. Like, I wish that was my superpower. If I had one superpower, it'd be just being able to do 80 multitasking items at the same time and not get bored. So how many of these are coal cars going to Robinson Gap? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I have 20 coal cars going there. I've got 4 going to the copper mines, which is odd. I can't seem to get enough cars to go to the copper mines. I want more.
It's going to take you a while to get an answer, I guess, but I'm asking. Shit.
Game, I'm asking nicely. Alright.
Do I ask a question?
Do you need permission or something to proceed? Or are you good?
No, I was tabbed out.
No. Okay.
I'm trying to think of how I do something.
Alright, I'm going to bet on most of, if not all of Bryson, Alarka, and Robinson Gap have been serviced already for the day. I'm assuming this. Just because of the size of the cut that's here is mostly going to Robinson Gap, Alarka, and Bryson. We're missing a lot of the Silva cut. Alright, 200 just cleared Barkers. How you doing over there in Thomas Valley?
Like I said, I was tabbed out. I'm ready to roll. For the next, I'm looking for clearance from Thomas Valley to top of Connolly.
Yeah, cleared.
There's already two. No, there's two trains on Connolly at the moment.
Oh yeah. I gotta sort that mess out.
I don't need to go to the spur where 1 is. I don't know what 2 is doing.
2 is just misbehaving because I was letting it misbehave.
Of course. Would you like me to sort Mighty Mouse out?
No, I just set it to do its job. I'm clearing that fuse for you.
Yeah, it just needs to move into...
Yep.
Oh, look. A fusee for the buffer again.
Oh, wait, where's it at? Ooh, let me get rid of it. Oh, you got rid of it for me. Yeah, you're clear to
I'm
proceed?
having fun getting rid of them all.
JJ's gone through my whole railroad and probably deleted, what, close to 40 or 50 fusees?
All the fusees.
All of them.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear you on... that was my bad. I didn't hear you on the call saying you had tabbed out.
So, yeah, what Desert Fox has been doing is placing fusees in so many locations that really don't need to be there. For example, where at buffer locations, the AI will stop at a buffer and don't... So the fusee is redundant. But Fox didn't know that.
No, I didn't. I was just setting fusees like a... They need to be everywhere. I just don't want to wreck. I think it started honestly as a paranoia thing from wrecking a couple of times prior to bringing this on camera. Like in the first couple of days of running, it was just, oh, okay, I've made a mistake.
Having a redundant backup is not a bad idea, but in certain circumstances, it's ineffective simply because the game doesn't work like that.
Okay. I have
All right, I am pulling out of Thomas Valley Loop, and where am I?
I have you cleared all the way past into Connolly Creek, P3, P4. Points should be set, all according to what you need.
I've set them up until the point where your camera is currently at.
I'm already back at I went back to Silva to finish making those 2 trains.
Oh yeah, but I've up to where your camera currently is. You're looking at Mighty Mouse right now.
Oh.
Oh, well, you were. Now you look. How much of a stream delay do I have then?
It's about 20 seconds. I've calculated.
We don't need to calculate. You can just bring up the video stats and it'll tell you. 34.23 seconds. Why?
I can probably tell you why.
That's not a thing that should be happening.
That would probably be on my end.
Oh,
The
I'm
weather
gonna
out
refresh.
here's been a little chuckle fuckery. We went
Should be fine.
we went from having back-to-back like 2 weeks straight of ice, like polar conditions,
There we go.
to
5 seconds is now my latency.
okay.
Oops.
It went from 2 weeks straight of like negative temperatures for the highs, and then
Oh yeah.
we got hit with a blizzard, and then got hit with another blizzard, and like a localized one off the lake, which the craziest shit part about living near a giant lake like that. And then we got hit with an ice storm in the last couple of days, so our internet cables around have just been taking nothing but a battering.
You could even say that the lakes near you are great.
Fired. That's all I got for you. Fired. No, yeah, we get that lake effect snow. I'm right on the clip of that belt. I used to live right in the heart of the belt for the lake effect snow, and that it's ridiculous. It's like cities like Buffalo and New York have it probably worse than we do, in terms of like how much the lake actually can hit the city or the region, whereas where I live, only a quarter part of the lake can really get us, and whereas like Buffalo, the whole fucking lake is just charging up this snow cell to drop its godmighty stadium filling amounts of snow. So case in point, that whole statement there was just to say I think my internet's just being a little on the boss. We tired. It's been a rough couple of weeks. Now, question. Do I be a twat and leave the Bryson Coaling Tower cars on the back of the Dillsboro Coaling, Locust Pin cars, and Whittier Sawmill cars, or do I just go and properly shunt them up to its train and take them with me? I'll behave myself. I'll just combine them. I don't want to take that car with me, but I'll take it. Just because I can't get it off the train now. I should have ran around to the front and did it, but... Alright, let me make sure this pup's out of the way. Yeah, she's good. I'm going to free up the line for the main line, because this is actually a passing track that they use this for. Make sure she's taking on who she needs to take on. Copy to coupled. Finance. 244. Not bad. We're getting there. We are getting there. Alright, I just need 600 to make it to... Dillsboro to refuel. Should be, what, just enough. And if not, I got engines to save them. So actually have you stop there. You should just have enough chuff to get there. Now you, little guy. Thank you, sweetheart. Talk to you in a minute. Okay, 35 cars. The Whittier Heavy Drag. 35 cars, 1,342 tons. Pulling out. Heading towards Dillsboro for service, and then onward to further locations. Excuse me. Take this moment while we have a little bit of break in the mainline action here while we're riding out on the Whittier Heavy Drag. I just want to say thank you to everyone hopping in tonight. I'm your host, David Fox. We're joined with a buddy of mine, JJ. We're running our first co-op stream, co-op operation session here in Railroader. Last night, actually, we test drove how it all works to make sure we didn't have no issues. And, tonight we're off having a blast. I'm working the morning heavy drag, like I said, and he is handling the pulpwood service cars, getting them out of the way, probably before running back and grabbing the sawmill cars, I would assume. I will be running these cars from Whittier. I have to make a stop in Whittier with this train, and then most of these cars are going to Bryson, and then we'll break off the cut that needs to stay in Bryson, and we'll send the cut that needs to go up towards the to Robinson Gap and Alarka along their merry ways. The goal is to get all of the cars for Alarka and Robinson Gap done that need to be sent done today. I want to try to haul. I'm going to try to break my own record. Longest train on my railroad, I'm fairly certain, is 52 cars. It's 52 or 54, so I am going to try to get to 60. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I got 24 cars on this train right now, at least. I got one more up at Alarka, at least. So there's at least 26 cars, and I think I've got 20 cars sitting in Bryson right now, with another several to be shunted. So we've got a whole day's worth of work. We're going to go for about another 2 hours, at least. And then, yeah. shoes. There. Okay, good. How is our engine running? We are almost to Dillsboro. This old girl is, it's pretty spent, not gonna lie. She's pretty much out of water entirely. She's down to about 400 gallons. The other one's got about 1,000. I'm about to get to 200 right now. Yeah, coal-wise, I'm not really worried about this cut, this consist, this engine consist. Just the water. That's the only issue I got with it. Proud to say though, she's hauling this 35 car cut very, very, very easily. Not arguing. She's not fighting. She's quiet as a mouse. Listen. Oh, that's right. I didn't even get my milestone cars yet. Shit.
Once the interchange is clear, it'll wait probably till 6 o'clock, and then they'll spawn in. So the cars that you've got are not all the cars for the day.
So should I might want to hold this train up in Dillsboro then, shouldn't I? The Bryson train.
I was going to be doing that on my own save. I mentioned to you, I was going to hold stuff at Dillsbury Yard until I got all the cars in for the day and then do them.
Yeah, I think that cut I'm going to pull into Dillsboro and wait. Yeah, actually, fuck that fuse. Take them points. Take those points. You are gonna have to run the main, and I'm gonna set points against you. You have points set against you. Good. Okay, so now you should fit 35 cars on that track. That should fit. And then you should have enough chuff and uff to get yourself into the service spot. Because then you got to run down and grab the other ones. Gustav and Dora are really going to, they're really going to earn their names today.
I can't believe I've done that.
What'd you do? It's okay to admit you fucked it.
I fucked it. I have done a fuck up. I was too busy concentrating on tabbed out. I wasn't concentrating on the game. I was trying to. We were talking about the train reporting numbers and the routing numbers, the thingy, the train numbering system, and I didn't watch my coal and water, and both Little Feet and Big Hands are sitting just on the line between. I can, number one, this is going to be a really tough thing for her, but I'll unfuck it myself. Oh look, there's a fusee on the buffer. I ran out of water. I'll do that. You continue with what you were doing. I'll jump in one and
That's
sort
honestly a little funny. Did I run out of water? I think I ran out of water. No?
Okay.
Fuck, I got an engine about to run out of water, and I got another one dangerously low out of water.
Yeah, 720. You definitely want to go around to that Golden Tower now.
I'm just trying to get some of these cars out of the foul. I got a couple of car
we need
lengths I
to-
can chuff forward to get them out of the foul. I don't want to foul it.
Those on uncouple.
Okay, for the sake of brevity, I am I'm going to allow this cut of cars to sit here fucked like it is.
Yeah, fuck it. If you can get around them, then I wouldn't worry about it too much.
We
So
can
what I'm
get.
gonna
We
do,
have a single track
going-
that can get through. That's all we need.
Until you can get them cold and watered, then that's all you need. Orders, manual. Car.
All right. So when in doubt, what we do is we just flip the engines when they want to do this. When you run them out of water, you
Whoa.
just set the unit to. So instead of Gustav being the runner, now Dora is, and Gustav's the slave.
Works for
Now,
me, and you will select. That's off orders, manual. Brakes off. That's in neutral. That's in neutral. All right, because there.
shit.
Select is 10. Well, it's lucky for you that I ran out of water because that's why you checked. You
I
wouldn't
knew-
have checked if I didn't.
Well, I knew they were both dangerously low. I just wasn't really worried about it. I just wanted them to make it to Dillsboro. And then I was like watching you, and I'm like, well, I wasn't really watching. I was working on the train, and I was like, oh shit. And then that train actually ran out of water, and now I'm like, double shit. Come
Now
on,
I
old
need
girl.
to-
That's a massive.
All right.
Yeah. So, just don't look at Dillsboro, because the railroader in you will lose his mind. I got fuses. I got cars in the foul. I got shit going on everywhere. No, it's not too bad. Cleaned up the fuse.
No, that's not too bad. Press tab
Yeah.
just to get rid of the labels.
Oh, yeah.
It'll make it so much easier. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm running the consist down into East Whittier for water and coal, because pushing the set down a hill with a single 10-wheeler is a lot more possible than the impossibility of using a 10-wheeler to pull 2 decapods and 15 pulpwood cars up a hill, because that's not going to happen.
See? This is why we sometimes leave our engines in random places, because when random shit happens, we need that engine to be randomly nearby.
It's like, yeah, I this is fucked up, but we've got a recovery vehicle just here. How convenient.
It's like we know. It's like we know. How do they know?
So GLR stands for Good Luck Railroad.
The Good Luck Railroad, yes. Cause
As in, good luck.
good luck, mate. You're gonna need it. All right, I'm gonna. While those cars are engines are servicing, I think I'm going to get this engine, run it in reverse, chuckle fuck it to over here. It's like the world knows that I'm playing train games, because about a mile up the road from my house is a rail line. It's a CSX line, and it only gets serviced about they used to get service multiple times a day, but now it's down to only a couple times a week. And I just heard one of the late night trains, the whistle from it. You guys probably didn't pick it up. My mic probably didn't pick it up because of it was kind of disembodied, but yeah, it was off to my right. That was kind of cool. Almost on cue. There it is again. It's probably the auto rack train. And that does sound like a EMD unit. So going to get 6 cars down here at Bryson. So you're on a rescue mission. There we go. Put that up. Engine being serviced. Turn this off. Oh yeah, that's right. We're working on getting this cut done.
Yep, I'm just at the East Media Y.
Oh no, I was talking to myself. I'm over here.
Oh, right.
I'm doing the Bryson, the Appalachian stuff. I also, folks, for those of you who didn't know or maybe noticed, I've turned the tree density up just a little bit, trying to get just I don't know, I don't know if the word life is the word I want to use. It just feels a little bit more realistic from like a Midwestern perspective of the United States, where it's like you would have massive what the fuck massive open swaths of land like this, like you see here at Appalachian Hardwood, but at least where I'm from, like there's a lot of trees. It's a lot of forest. These rail lines
The map isn't complete yet. The game is still in development, so things like around these buildings will probably get more details around them. I'm hoping and speculating beyond all speculations that it's not going to be this level of detail in the final game.
Oh no, I really hope not. So you do get to experience something here in a couple of minutes on the Great Lakes Railroad here. If you look eastbound, we get at about 5 in the morning, 5:05 in the morning. We get what I consider to maybe be one of the best views in this whole fucking game, which is sunrise.
Whoops, I fucked.
As long as you
then.
didn't derail it and blow it up, we're good.
No. I just overran and for the calling point. Oh god. I miscalculated my stopping distance.
We've done this before. Everyone does that.
And I think number one's going to get some coal and water too while we're here. Somebody's been leaving the hatch open.
You mean the firebox hatch?
No, the water hatch. On the tender.
Yeah, I did that for myself. So I had like a visual representation of like if I was too lazy to like actually figure out to scroll over the tank, I would just look at hover my mouse over the tank. I would just scroll up and look down isometrically at it and see if I could see water in it. Hey, freight cars. Or hey, tank, tender, you got water in you? No? Okay, shit.
I'm thinking that might not be a particularly foolproof method.
No, it's not. I have definitely messed it up a couple of times. Alright, 6 cars heading back to Bryson Yard off of the Appalachian Spur. I need to get it onto the cut. So we'll get rid of this fuse because I don't need it. You used it. You used it for its purpose. Now get rid of it. Yeah, so run down here and set a fuse. Yeah, you can set a fuse down here because you at least need the insurance of it stopping. You'll click that. You'll push those onto there. You'll grab that, put it on there, and put that car on there. And then Bryson will be done waiting for the inbound train. We'll figure out the cut. It's got to add 8 cars to it, and there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's 24 cars. And I'm bringing... So it'll be 24 plus 25. So we're at 49 cars. I'm almost worried that the Pacifics will be able to handle it.
Wow! I'm sorry, but I've just got the sun is just coming up from the direction the sun's coming from, just at an angle through the trees. You can't see it yet, but it's making the water come out of the water column. Looks like fire.
See, the developer of this game got one thing truly right: sunrise and sunset.
It's not the sunrise. Oh, sorry, it's not the sunrise. It's the headlamp of the locomotive behind it. But still, the light shining on it from the locomotive just behind it is making it look like it's coming out of fire.
I love that. Tell you what, this train will probably be the heaviest by far because it's gonna have 2 cuts of copper and iron, or copper and coal. It's gonna have loaded furniture cars. Think I
Looking forward to the weight on that.
dude.
Oh, you have the simple display down the bottom left.
Yeah, yeah. Because I'm a noob.
Hey, I'm not judging. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just, oh, you have that. I'm only noticing it. That's all.
Like, it's because I don't understand, like, so because I understand I have two brakes. I have a, you know,
Train brake, independent brake.
yeah, but like how like their systems work and when I'm supposed to use like them in their appropriate sense, like I don't know that yet. So for now, I'm just using simplified.
The train brake, which is the one up the top that says 90, operates the brakes for the entire set, the entire consist.
Okay.
It's slower, and it because it's pushing more air through more systems. The independent brake, by the name of it, as you can see, is independent. It is the locomotive and tender brake only. It operates a lot faster, but because it's only a closed system on that vehicle. But because you're only running brakes on the locomotive, if you're running a whole bunch of cars, your stopping distance is going to be more because you're using less brakes.
Ah. And if you
So
were to use both
an
at the same
independent brake
time,
is good for train brake or independent brake.
oh, you can't.
Because the the train brake includes the brakes on the locomotive.
All right.
So imagine on your car, you've got a car and you've got a trailer. If you've got two brake pedals, one operates the pedal for the front brakes only, and the other one operates the pedals for the operates the brakes for the front brakes, the rear brakes, and the brakes on the trailer.
Okay.
The front brakes operate faster, but they're only using the front brakes.
Makes sense. So like I'm gonna watch this this switcher do this yard movement with the realistic turned on, just so I can see how its braking application is like how it does the whole thing.
Yeah, because you've got some weight on that one, you would use the train brake on.
I see. Yeah.
When you're stopped and you're just using to park, you would release the train brakes and you would operate and you would put on the independent brake. Use it acts as a short-term handbrake
Okay.
because it takes quite some time to release all the air.
I might visually leave that on now, realistic, just to like get a representation.
Yeah, if you're running AI, then you can just watch it and see how it does it. It's not perfect, but will give you an idea. So once you connect those two up, if you were to use the train brake, it would take a long time to charge up the system and dump all the air and everything.
I want to see if this train can push this 1,557 tons 2 car lengths forward just to get it out of the foul. She is this was the part of this game that made me so impressed, was the fact that these little tiny shunters can just move these fuck off like cuts. Like
you are on a flat surface. You're on a 0% grade, but the thing is, we also don't have wheel slip.
yeah, you can actually come back 2 more. If you got the momentum, yeah, you might as well come on back, because you're going to need at least the space to put these other 2 cars on. Okay, keep yourself from fouling this side.
Done, so what I can now...
There you go. So, yeah, this 24 car cut is 1,557 tons. I have arguably a heavier cut inbound.
no logs down
Hey,
here.
Chili, how's it going, my man? Hope you're having a good one, man. Oh, I also heard a ping. I heard a thing. Chili, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic one. How was your stream? What were you playing?
Railroader as well.
Ooh, how's it going? How's your railroad going? Yeah, this game's kind of got like odd times. This is like one of them odd ones where people have like odd times that they want to watch this content. Ooh, you just opened the bridge to Bryson, the track to Silva. That's so you're basically right to me in terms of the actual scale.
Yeah, those are the earliest projects that milestones that you do.
Oh. You're only running your two stock locos? Like, you haven't purchased another loco yet? That's,
Well, like I said, the bridge to Silver, or the bridge to Silver, the bridge just beyond Ella and the track to Silver are the earliest. So yeah, you've got the G16 Mogul and the G7 and the 17 T17 10 wheeler. Yeah.
Chili, if I can make a suggestion, friend,
Oh, I don't know about this.
for a third engine, might I suggest picking up one of the shunters or a logging Mikado? The third one I would suggest is an Atlantic for hauling your passenger service. Just because you can get a little bit more juice out of the Atlantic in comparison.
Sorry to interject here. On the subject of the logging Mikado, there are two logging Mikados, the K28T tank Mikado and the K35 logging Mikado. My idea, on my playthrough, I've got the tank because it was running shuttle of logs up and down Connolly's Creek. That's all it was going to do. Connolly Creek, up and down shuttle. So it was going to spend just as much time running backwards as it was forwards. I didn't want to run tender first. When you're running shuttles you really want a tank. But the water capacity on the tank is very small. You have just enough water to get up Connolly's Creek and back down again. You have enough, but you don't have much more than that. And even then, letting the AI run it at 100% throttle does consume water at a faster rate than running it at lower throttle in manual. So yeah, if you wanted to get either of the two Mikados, as much as I would like there to be more tanks in the game, running the tank Mikado is maybe not the best.
Yeah, I see. Like its capacity, it's just not built for going super far.
It has a grand capacity of 2,000 gallons of water, which is by far the lowest capacity in of any locomotive you can get. The only locomotives that use less water are the two diesels because they don't use water. The closest in capacity for, or the second least amount of water capacity is the 10-wheeler, 3,100.
Yeah, that's why once the log train gets to a point where I have to haul like 20, 30 cars total on the whole damn thing, I'm gonna get rid of Betsy.
I'm not entirely certain what makes the two Mikados logging specifically. They are the only two Mikados in the game, and they're both logging Mikados. So a logging tank Mikado and a logging Mikado. So I don't know specifically why they're logging.
I think specifically
But I think,
for
yeah, because they're 282s.
I think it's the big logging Mikado. The reason why they call it a logging Mikado is it's just a regular Mikado with really, really small wheels. Like they just shunted, like they just shortened up the wheels on it. Son of a bitch. I don't know anything about the tank Mikado. I'm not
the
one
driving
that's
wheels
familiar.
are only the driving wheels are small.
But that's meant to give it more tractive effort. So
Yes.
I'm assuming that's just a design thing, and it's meant to haul, like, be in steep grades. And like, from the people I've watched on YouTube, they've been using the logging Mikado for anything with a grade.
Yeah, the K35 rather than the K28T.
Now for the lols, if you were just like looking to have like a yard shunter, like a Bryson yard or a Dillsboro yard shunter, then having a tank Mikado wouldn't necessarily hurt you. But you'd have to keep it kind of hipped to a service, a full service section.
It'd be sticking around the yard. The K28T would be great as a yard shunter. Oh, once you increase the tier of your sawmill, you'll want more than that. You will be looking at that going, shit, do I need more?
Yeah.
No matter how many you put in, you'll want more.
The skeleton cars, I'm assuming you're talking about the pulpwood cars?
Logging cars. No, logging cars.
Oh, logging cars? I think I'm running 15 total. I think I'm running 215 sets of logging and pulpwood. And I'm not going to lie to you. That pulpwood train is that's already a little underdeveloped. Like, it honestly could get away with another couple of cars, because the one point its destination point when it's filled, I think, can hold another 3 or 4 cars in its cutout.
8, 7, and 5. 8 and 7 is 15, 5, 20. I'm running 20 at the moment because that's the maximum capacity of the 3 Connolly Creek logging L1, L2, and L3. L1 holds 5, L2 holds 8, and L3 holds 7.
Is there another sawmill at Bryson? No, there is not another sawmill, but there's another pickup point. That's called Walker, and it's just like Connolly Creek. The only difference is Connolly Creek is significantly easier to navigate and railroad yourself in and out of quite quickly. Walker, I have not personally been to, but just from playing around yesterday off camera and looking at it, it is a 3.1% grade at worst.
Walker is a much steeper grade, and it is a switchback.
Yeah, so I would need probably a pair of shunters or a pair of logging Mikados to service that before, and I haven't even started working on Walker. That's down the line. I think
trying to look at the location. Having a look at the locations, The only place that accepts logs specifically at this point, we've got Sylvia, Dillsborough, Bargers Creek, Wilmot, Connolly Creek, Whittier, Ella, Bryson, Hemingway, Alaka Junction, Fontana, Cochrane, and Alaka. All of those places, the only one place that accepts logs is the Whittier Sawmill.
Is there anything down at
Consumes
Andrews
logs.
that we know of that accepts the
I
logs?
am unaware. Your progression is further than mine, and I've not seen any further progression. Like I said, I've been avoiding Sandbox.
Fair enough. Chili, for reference, I'm on day 31 of this railroad, so we're on January 31st, for kind of like a real life time reference. On this railroad, like we're working day 31 right now. I have not been east of or I have not been west of. Oh, you're day 5. So you're at that point where I like that's like the fun part where you're like, that was the part where I remember I was always eager for more stuff. Now I regret being that eager because shit gets kind of laborious. It's fun.
Alright, good. That's out of the way. That is where they stopped, so that should be routed through correctly. No, I had to.
One big tip I would also suggest is try not to go into debt as long as possible. Try not to take. That was a good idea and a bad idea if you don't have the pulpwood cars ready for that. Which is a set of 15 is going to set you back about $13,000 for transparency.
With the contracts that you've accepted at Sylvia, which would be things like Parsons Tannery, Sylvia Coal and Lumber, Sylvia Paperboard, then you've got your Dillsborough stuff, Locust Pin, Dillsborough Fuel, and such. With Sylvia Paperboard and Parsons Tannery, or that entire complex there, Sylvia Coal and Lumber, Sylvia Paperboard, Parsons Tannery, you want to start working on pulp. Those businesses will require pulpwood in order to function properly. You'll get a bunch of cars in, it'll fill their internal storage, and then it'll stall. You've got time, don't worry about it. Day 5 is still bloody early. You'll have a couple of days before you'll fill it up and then want to start running pulpwood. I can't remember what. At tier 3, you'll want 10 cars a day of paperwood. Pulp. I don't have enough words. Pulpwood. Correct. Parsons Tannery and Sylvia Paperboard both require 5 cars of pulpwood per day. And the unloading tracks are right next to each other. So it's easy. You'll just run 10 cars, and just to make it even easier, Connolly Creek will also give you the Connolly Creek produces more than, but the capacity in terms of physical area for the sidings to fit, you'll fit in 10 cars at a time in P2 and P3/P4. So P3/P4 will hold 6 cars in each of those two, and P2 holds 4 cars.
Here, I will show you what he's talking about here. Because I know like what he's talking about. It's kind of maybe hard to reference without actually visually seeing it. So yeah, these are your 2 pulpwood tracks right here. Out here at Connolly Creek 3 and 4. They each hold 6 cars, like he was saying. And then we back up a little bit here to where this train cut is sitting, and this is I think this is the one where Log 2 is that's
Yeah, P2
pulpwood
is where
2.
is that one there.
Yeah,
That's
that's
your little curvy one on the right hand side
yep.
there.
And
That's
then
L2 is where the logs are. P2 is where is that little spurry curvy branch. That'll hold 4 pulpwood cars.
log 1 or pulpwood 1 over here is adjacent to log 1, and that only holds like 3 or 4 cars probably.
3 is 3 as far as I'm aware. I don't know. I know that won't fit 4. That'll fit 3. Oh, L1. Sorry, yeah, he's talking about L1. L1 holds 5. L2 holds 8. L3 holds 7.
Yep. It's 5, 7, and 8.
And I know that because that's how many I stick in there.
So we're actually riding along with JJ here in the pulpwood here. Riding Skycam 9 version on the on 12. So the sawmill, you would that's the log pond, so it just has that one track that you deliver cars to, right there on that siding.
And that holds 12.
Yeah, that can hold 12.
Which is coincidentally your L3 and your L1 combined, 7 and 5. That means that give you
12.
Gives you 12. So you can do 2 runs, rotate between 2 runs. You've got your L3, L1 in 12 cars, and just split them up the top. And then you've got your L2 of your 8 cars, and just rotate between them. One's down the bottom unloading, and the other is up the top loading. That way you're always constantly unloading. Your priority is your location where you're unloading. It's slower than the loading area, so you can always have a train waiting to unload. Yeah, you can fit 12. You can do 8 if you want. It's up to you. L3 only holds 7 though, so you will still have to join them up. So if you're going to do that, you might as well have 12.
I'm thinking about running the big
between.
guns, the heavy drag, the Whittier heavy drag back down to Silva Interchange just to get that cut of cars out of the way. Ooh, she's chugging. Ooh, sorry about that if it's chugging for you. Yeah, we'll go get those cars and get them out of the way. It's probably for the best.
Well, it might be fouling those 2 points, but it's still on the it's still off the main line. So the engine houses are a location for repair tracks. If you have any locomotives and or wagons that need repairing through, if their condition goes down because you've hit them too hard, 4 miles an hour, by the way. The doors on the turntables and engine houses, you have to manually open them, but I don't think there's any collision.
No, not
on
that I've
the
experienced.
roundhouses. So I haven't experimented by trying to drive through a closed door, but the doors are just click on them, get close, click. The turntable is best done in first person because there's a small little hut at one end of the actual platform where it has a lever left and right to turn it. So turning of the turntable is best done in first person. The opening of the doors you can do in third person. You just get close. Technically, you can also do the turntable in third person as well, but it's a lot trickier because you've got to get close.
JJ, can you just keep time-wise for me for 6 o'clock? First passenger train heading out of Dillsboro, heading westbound to Alarka, leaves at 6:05.
6:05. I'll let you know.
10-4. I'm trying to get the sawmill freight cars out of the interchange, so that way the interchange is completely ready for more cars. I'll just bring them up. Effectively, I'm going to be playing Speed Racer with it. I'm going to hook it up to the Stenzel car at the end of my Bryson cut that I took with by accident, and run it as fast as I can to get it to East Whittier Yard, and get it out of into a siding so the passenger train can come flying up. How is service going for you?
I am running around the empty pulpwood cars at the moment. And then I'll have the 2 decapods up top. There is 3 loaded log cars in L3. L2 is loading, but not loaded. It's still in the process. It won't be long though. And L1
If
is
I can
loaded and ready to go. Has 5 cars.
If I may make an
it's still loading
observation,
as well, sorry.
Chili, about this game, you'll notice as like time goes on in your railroad, in your save, that every week, every 7 days, as you progress further, it gets a little harder. But it takes, for me, it takes about 3 or 4 days with what I have, like what I have purchased, with the contracts I have, to really get them like bedded in and then get them under muscle memory. Of like, okay, I know how to get all of this stuff done in a timely fashion. Like JJ, he runs his trains. His last train must arrive by midnight, before midnight. So I do it a little earlier than that. I try to do it by 6 o'clock because of the report. Here, Chili. If you'd like. I will send you a Discord link. You can join the Legion server that I run. We have a Railroader tab. You can post screenshots. You can talk about what's going on. If you have more questions, you can drop them in there. And then me and JJ, I play pretty much every day.
And I play even more often.
Yeah. So I'm addicted to this game like drugs, but a healthy addiction, not bad. It's not like I'm crippling like my life playing this. So come on in, come hang out. We'll set something up to get you in. Yeah, dude. We can help you out with whatever you might need, you know. And even if you'd like us to come hang out on your run on your railroad and help you get stuff done, that's no issue. Like, we're just we're running my railroad tonight because I have a scheduled stream.
Yeah, I'm electing to join Fox on his railroad because he's the streamer, and I'm just like that kind of thing. Oh, apparently I'm pushing through with the handbrakes on.
Nice.
That's the power of 2 decapods, I guess. Handbrakes? Nah, they're optional extras. Didn't even slow it down.
Well,
Railroads Online is such a difficult game to begin. Once you have a system running and everything's in place and you're going into the operations, that's different. But having to plot out your first railway is such a difficult thing.
Ooh. So I primarily stream this, and then once a week I do a Warhammer 40k podcast with my server buddies Obito and Anime. And then pretty much every other day of the week on Twitch, I do this content, train stuff, because trains. And then on YouTube, I do like Transport Fever 2, Let's Plays. It's probably my bread and butter. And then I used to do a lot of Total War, Rome 2, siege battles and campaigns. Not to the extent of like an Ellington or a pixelated Apollo. But yeah, it was its own little niche thing. But yeah, no, you don't have to worry about. Just come on in. Yeah, you can join the server. We have a channel for promotion, so you can post your links and stuff. And then yeah, dude, you can hop in and
I wonder, what would Transport Fever 2 multiplayer look like?
fucking chaos.
Because there's always if you remember the original Transport Fever, not Transport Fever, now that Transport Tycoon game, and then Transport Tycoon Deluxe, and then the open source version. That has
TTD.
multiplayer. Yeah.
1 second.
That has multiplayer in it as well.
So, Chili, I work 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. So my schedule is but I'm pretty much, I run on like 4 to 5 hours of sleep. I've been working. I have insomnia, so like it's sometimes kind of hard for me to fall asleep. So you ain't got nothing to worry about, man. We got people all over the world, as you can hear. JJ's from Australia. We got people from Mexico and Singapore and Croatia in the server. So even if you got only a couple of hours, usually, someone's around to bullshit with or chat with.
Well, that's actually a good question. What time zone are you in, Chile?
I'm actually in the Central Standard Time Zone. Great Lakes up here.
Mexico.
I'm up. So you're only an hour behind me. You're an hour behind me, right? So it should be 1:45
you're an
for
hour
you.
ahead.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm an hour ahead. That's why I was saying an hour behind.
No, you're an hour ahead.
All right. Whittier heavy drag clear with X amount of cars, 18 cars heading to East Whittier Yard hauling balls. Well, shit, I gotta stop in Dillsboro and drop off cars at Locust Pin.
Did you want me to run these logs down as well?
If you'd like. No issue on it. I pretty much got everything out of the interchange, so getting it to its proper locations won't be hard. I just wanted to get I was just focused on getting the interchange completely emptied because I don't know what's about to pop.
That's the highest priority, or that's a word. That's emptying the interchange is the priority.
But yeah, no. We got my one friend Animate. He's a engineering doctorate student, so he was interested in this game. He hops in streams sometimes. He's the one I do the Warhammer podcast with. We play a lot of different things, so it's not just train stuff. We do Little Sons of the Forest. We play some Hearts of Iron 4. A lot of strategy stuff, man. It's a strategy server too.
I'm surprised he has that much time in during his week.
I it's one of them things where I we'll play for 3 days in a row, and then I won't see him for you won't see or hear from him for 5 or 6 days because he's been cranking out papers and getting his stuff done. So shout out to my boy Anime. Seems like the interchange at I agree, Chili. The yard, the interchange yard in Silva should be bigger. Like, it should just be slightly different because it's supposed to be the focal point of the whole. Like, it's one of your two major focal points of interchange service. So, you're connecting to an actual main line, a class 1. For reference, we have calculated roughly on this railroad, on the day we are at, we are a like a D-spec, C-spec, Class 2 U.S. railroad in adjusted for inflation. I have to add specifically adjusted for inflation. So, how's your work up there going?
Hooking on to the 3 at L3.
So this is going to be a little unconventional, but I'm going to run these locust pin cars all the way down, like the Dillsboro and the 2 locust pin cars. I'm just running them all the way to East Whittier.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have them
That's what I do.
I have them on the wrong end, and I need them to be on the right end, but I need to get the East Whittier cars are a bigger cut, and that's a bigger priority for me. Also getting clear of this passenger train as far as possible. I just have to figure out which way I'm going with it. Alright, sweetie, which way are we going? We were going in reverse. Oh, shit. So, yeah, you're going to Silva. So this thing will have plenty of time because it's going to have to go down to Silva and then back. Oh, shit. We'll follow along to 600. $10-4. Actually, no. Your Discord was it's pretty well built. I like it. No issues whatsoever. Well, I fucked that, so. Only moderately, though. Instead of taking that car, the Stenzel car off of the Larka branch run, the big Robinson Gap car train, I left it on there. I'll just drop it with the, I'll just drop it when I pass by. Honestly, like, I kind of like the setup of, like, how you had the Discord, my friend. Like, I also have Railroads Online. I have no idea how to play it. It's on my list of running on stream and learning how to play and master once we get pretty much finished this game, which I have no idea. I might add it in, like start that project here and there.
I think I've figured out a better way how to create lines in Railroads Online over what I was doing. How I was doing it was just backwards. And now I think I've figured out how to do it properly.
Huh.
Or, if not properly, at least a better way of doing things.
That was a rock. Alright. I'm gonna come bug you and see what you're up to.
Running around the 3 cars from L3 at the moment.
We got Betsy in the station or in the shed.
Yep, that's where I left it.
10-4. Yeah, I guess in a way she doesn't really need to be used all that often, really.
It was a loco that wasn't being used, so being left in the middle of out somewhere was just not necessary. And it had just been on the rescue operation, so I stopped needing to use it at the coaling tower. So if you're at Eastwood coaling tower and you have no use for the locomotive anymore, where are you going to put it? In the shed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Are you doing are you gonna bring Mighty Mouse down too and just use the decapods then?
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay. If you want to, you can set Mighty Mouse in the siding for the Whittier Sawmill S1, S2 track. So that way we have a quote-unquote yard shunter there. Specifically for those cuts.
Yeah, sure.
That's pretty much what I was doing with them. When they weren't running logs, I would just put them in that brain fart.
Inside the brain fart area.
Yeah. Put them in the passing siding, so that way I can shunt that train with those cars up. I can just back it onto the cut, pull it down, split it where it needs to be split, and yeah.
I'll give it some fuel and water first. So it's fresh, and in when it goes in, it's got all the full tender.
Railroads Online, the reason why I don't think I was like big into it is because at least like with this, I get like a Berkshire. I get something that's like, yeah, the Berkshire's not the big boy, but the Berkshire for this is kind of like the big boy, you know, for me in this. Where essentially
from his time at RRO, the Heist had an automatic response, and it was there on the Discord and on his channel. Anyone said "big boy," it automatically responded with "no big boy" in all caps exclamation mark.
Which saddens me.
Well, it's a narrow gauge logging railway or narrow gauge mountain railway for Railroads Online.
That's true.
Unless you're the Uinta Railroad, you're not going to have anything like that.
That's true. I think the new maps though in Railroads Online have expanded it, so like
The Uinta Railroad is
I think they just dropped like an Alaska-based map. That's meant for more like long hauling.
So the Uinta Railway is a 3-foot narrow gauge railway, which had, for some bizarre reason, a tank Mallet Mogul 2662. 2662T on a 3-foot narrow gauge. Because it has a particular curve. What's the name? Morro Castle is a 66-degree horseshoe curve.
Should have just built a helix.
So they had two. 2662 T. See if I can. Oops.
Yeah, no. Seeing that like some of the gauges on the narrow gauge lines get to like 3.5+%, 4% plus, it's like, what the fuck? It's like, okay, man.
Yeah, that's the curve. I don't even. How steep was the steepest percentage? And it's. Oops. Pay more attention.
Yeah, they would just kind of force we don't usually run a lot of narrow gauge out here in the U.S. Some in the mountains, but like in
6 miles of 7.5% grade.
7.5% grade for 6 miles.
6 miles.
Dude, I don't think modern diesels could haul that. With think of Australia's like iron super trains that you guys do. Those like
oh yeah, they're not going over 7.5% grades.
No, like you guys I know you guys put a lot of engineering into the design of those things to handle the grades you guys have. Oh,
you want to know the best part about those iron ore trains now?
What's that? They're longer.
One of them in particular, they are driverless, unattended. They are remotely controlled.
Like how I'm controlling that GLR 200 from the Skycam.
AI controlled.
What
Computer controlled from a central location, and a dispatcher or a person in the cab at each. So they have a shunter at each end, which will do the loading and unloading and doing all the fiddly stuff. But for the main route between the mines and the port, the shunter will put in a key, turn a button, press a button or whatever, and it goes to a centralized control, which a computer will then control it.
So, yes, you are correct, Chili. There was a logging railroad in Cali that was cab driven. That is, I think that's adopted from the Europeans, from the Alpine railroads, using those like the cables and like the chains and the gear, like for those super steep grades. The ones that like a train like what I'm driving right now wouldn't be able to handle, not in the slightest. But because of the way they built those railroads, like usually they can be handled by cable or gear. When I went to Niagara Falls, when I was 18, 19, and we rode on a cable-driven tram car up and down. Basically, from like on the Canada side, they kind of have it set up like on two plateaus. So you have a lower plateau, which is like the park, and it leads into the national park for Niagara Falls. And then you take this tram car that's a cable, kind of like the Alpine style, with the gears and the cable, and you take that up, back up to this upper plateau where there's like the casinos and the restaurants and the actual like city. It's a really interesting way to segue in and out of the park. So I've ridden on something like that, and then locally I'm from the Chicagoland area, so locally we have the South Shore Line, which is my local rail line, and we have we have the Amtrak. We have Amtrak because fucking Amtrak. JJ, quick question, and I want you to mull this over while I go take a piss. Amtrak or British Rail? Which one are you going with for passenger service? Hold your answer till I get back. I'll be right back.
I don't need to. British Rail every single time.
So, so my only complaint with British Rail is not what the troops did. You know, and when I say troops, I mean the ground troops of that army. To run a railroad, to run a company, it's like having an army. Right? British Rail, the employees, the ground troops, the grunts, the JJs, the me, the you. They didn't fail British Rail. What failed British Rail in the early days was its incompetent generals. Usually, like, why these, like, in British Rail kind of gets a bad rap from its early days, from when it consolidated. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to shit on it. But I am going to say that, like, in fairness, it wasn't the employees' fault. They fought hard. You know, they're only able to fight the war with what tools they are given physically. Whereas, like, for us, like a comparative example, like I said it on stream before, Penn Central failed. But it wasn't the Penn Central troops' fault. It wasn't their troops. It wasn't their engineers. It wasn't their, it was their generals failing them by not giving them the tools they needed to win. I think that's about as fair as I can be. Because, like, Amtrak, for all of its blunders, yeah. Like, if it's not the driver's fault, it's not the train driver's fault. It's their generals. Like, Heiss recalls his time at BNSF for reference as like kind of harsh, kind of brutal, not so fun. So it's just one of them things. 10-4. I'll look at that link.
Getting
It would be cool to like get a milestone where it's like once a week you you have to run like an auto rack service that's just dropped off, and you have to run it from Silva to Andrews. That'd be pretty cool. Like getting like an individual service that gets randomly dropped off a couple of times a week or a couple of times every so X amount of days, and it like forces you to do stuff.
I would like to have. Well, we do have in this game some of the stuff you don't run as tiers. You don't opt into those ones. You can turn off all of the contracts. You would still have some going to the house tracks and things like that. So on that, I would like to see some. Once you've opened up the interchanges at each end, in stuff going from interchange to interchange.
Because like we would effectively, with the two interchanges open, we'd be serving like what my local railroad does, which is it runs cars from the steel mills to the Union Pacific yard in Chicago, and it runs cars to the CSX interchange yard in South Bend, and it runs stuff to services all over the place, and it supports those railroads. It's weird. My local railroad does passenger and freight, but the freight service is like, hey, you guys have to do all these jobs locally. We'll do it for you, and we'll just help you hook. We'll just hook the cars up to your trains when they're done. It's kind of what it does. Yeah, it's a through freight. I think. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah, so mine is the South Shore Line, reporting mark NICD. It's a 90-mile service. I'm trying to figure out what classification it's considered. Where's this damn thing at? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out what the hell this thing is considered. Oh, so the freight variant is called the Chicago South Shore and South Bend Railroad. Sorry. It's a class 3. We're all looking at. Yeah, no, I. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a class 3, but it's we have IHB as well. So where the hell are you? Oh shit! Yeah, you made it. Awesome. You did the thing and you listened. I love you, Train. You're doing your job and you're doing a fantastic one at that.
Where am I? Whoops. I apparently wasn't where I thought I was. I'm near where I thought I was.
Well, I'm
Am I crouching down? I seem very small.
You can crouch in this game?
No.
I was about to say, what the fuck?
That's probably why my character feels like I'm 2 foot tall.
Maybe you're clipping through the
I know
earth.
these trains are big, but they're not that big. Maybe. Actually,
All right, Chili. You take care. Be safe. Have a beautiful night. And thank you for stopping by, brother.
Shift.
Can't wait to chat with you some more.
Oh no, that's not. I thought it was a thing. Nice thing.
Oh, most certainly. I'll come bug you in your Discord. I'll come drop screenshots and stuff.
Oh, see, that's a thing. Oh, now I'm lost. How did I end up here?
Where are you at?
I'm just messing about with controls. I thought I was doing something, but apparently I was doing something else.
Whatever
Just
you were
waiting for a
doing,
couple
you
of
were
logs to get
doing
loaded.
wrong.
All right. While that's doing that, I'm sure there's plenty of other things for me to do. I'm going to quickly grab something from the kitchen. I say quickly. It's probably going to take me about 10, 15 minutes.
Oh
I
yeah,
shall
dude, you're fine.
be back soon.
Yeah, take your break. Yeah, if you're taking a break, take a break. I'll be working here, getting this shunting done, and cleaning up the railroad. All right, Train. I get it. Thank you, old girl. Oh. I went too far. Thank you. So now, is this 11 cars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we'll do 6 and 5. Decent split cut. Nice and simple. Okay, we now head down to Wilmot. Check that, that's alright. Oh yeah, we just go running down here. We'll reset the points. Those are set. So this is the cutoff point. Alright, and we'll just shunt onto them. Yes, nice and simple. Close that. 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be that one. Train just pulling into Wilmot. 31 souls at the platform. Going all over the place. I'm trying to capitalize on the main course of passenger service, which is like 6 a.m. to like noon, 2. Okay. You son of a bitch. Come on, clear. You bastard. Thank you. And yeah, don't be afraid to drop a follow. If you like this content, want to make sure you catch these streams. Try to stream as often as I can. I do during the day. I do at least try to do like a power hour stream in the middle, like on the days I work. So like tomorrow, I'll do a power hour before I go to work. And then I'll probably do a little small stream after work, depending. I try to stream in accordance with my work schedule, and built it around that. So that's why you get a lot of these late night streams. That's quite alright. Okay, sorry about that. Computer wanted to go a little, for a little ride. was not happy with having to close that tab. I'll tell you that now. Kind of wish this damn thing would roll backwards, but I know it won't. Alright, get that siding. Oi. I had the wrong train selected again. I always do this. Yeah, Betsy, you're not gonna be pushing or pulling Gustav and Dora. Yeah, that's just not gonna happen. I'm tell you that now. Oh shit, we gotta meet. This is a cool shot. Look at that. Damn thing is just roaring up. Yeah, that morning express is hauling balls, I'll give you that. Get rid of that fuse. With Betsy, the old bitch. This old bitch, she ain't going nowhere yet. Her time on this world is still here. for those 11 cars, we now get bumped up to 420. We're up to 19,474. We'll check on that passenger train, make sure it stops. Oh, she stopped right where I needed her to. She got 58 for Silva, 21 for 31 for Dillsboro. So we got 80 something going, almost 90 passengers going back towards the other way. Oh wow, she's already got everyone loaded. Reverse 5 cars. Get this running. Full beans reverse. Just hell-bent for leather. Head back to Dillsboro. And you can drop this cut back here. Yeah, you can drop that cut back here. And you can grab this cut now. And then wait for 8. Hashtag wait for 8. Let me check this train. She's full of logs. Check the deckies. Oh, I see what you were doing. You were gonna do it as one big fucking cut. I like it. I like it. Do a 10 and 5 cut. I like that. Okay, so you know what? For a few minutes, we're going to sit back. We're going to relax. We'll ride along in the passenger train. And to everyone that's hopped in so far tonight, cheers to you. There we go. Check this out. Make sure none of these are ready. Yeah. But now they pretty much fill up almost immediately. All right. And away we go. I haven't even taken a look at Alarka. Alarka, not Alaska. Nothing. Nothing is being interchanged. We'll go up and check on 20. She's got 1. Yeah, 1 car. Double checking out here. Making sure I didn't leave anything. I say this damn thing is gotta be almost full. There we go. See, that's impressive. Some of these cars are already ready to go. Oh, that pain in the ass freight car. It's ready to go. See, that's like what 30% of this game is just doing the pain in the ass parts of building your train. Roughly. I'm not disparaging it in any way. But if you were to ask me, a simple nobody, what the gameplay loop for this is like, yeah, there's a big aspect of run around and do wait. So I'm gonna let him figure out what he wants to do with this thing, because I'm not sure if he wants me to run all these cars. It's my it is my railroad, but like he was doing this work, so I'm gonna leave that to him. But I am gonna get the decapods at least moving down the line. This is pulling back into near Barker's. It is 7:32 in the morning. We have progressed. I have purposely progressed up to about 8, just shy. That way, by the time he gets back from his break, we are good to go with the 8 o'clock interchange. Yeah, because right when those cars hopefully hit, I'm going to head over there, immediately stop all work everywhere east, and go straight to it. Because that's what's holding up the Alarka Robinson Gap. It's holding up a lot of work right now, and I really don't want to... I mean, I can't afford to do it. I just don't want to afford to do it. $27 cars in the cut while we wait. I think there's another one down here. No? No. Fat consist. 194 passengers. This is also a fat consist. It's about to be 27 cars? 28 cars? But yeah, no, I can tell I'm getting a little antsy. I want that Robinson Gap stuff rolling so I can get the consist out. It's all coal cars. It's all, look at that. That's... Cues up a game-breaking consist. Train rolling in. This is a really cool camera angle. Not gonna lie, this is a really cool shot. There we go. $422 for 136 fares. I'll take that, dude. I'll fucking take that. You'll take just about everyone. Make sure I don't fuck this up. There we go. It's a little framey. No, it's not framey anymore. Yeah, 21 can go stretch her legs. I don't know how to control it. Not in a realistic sense, no. No, not at all. Don't try it. You'll just fuck it up.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
And Chili went out. Those okay. So what are we? 7:58. I didn't remind you about the thingy, the 6:15 passenger service.
Yep, it's already all the way up to heading up to Hemingway, so it's been running. I moved the decapods. Their train was completely full and ready to head out, so I sent them to.
I see that.
I sent them up to that crossing.
Yep.
Because both trains were full. Just
and I'm blocking the road. Yeah, I wasn't going to get the ones out of L1 with Mighty Mouse because there's 10 cars already, and it would have been too much for the sawmill. Which, all right, is the main line? Oh, so I'm looking for a path from the main line from the Whittier Connolly Y to in. Oh, I'm just.
Oh yeah,
going,
you're clear. Nothing should be within 5 miles of you operating.
Nothing's
west.
coming.
Yeah, no, nothing is coming east or westbound. Only train active right now. I got the big guns down to the big cold drag. The cars coming in, the first set, and then I've got 21 heading back down to the interchange to grab that whole other cut that I'll break down with Little Shunt.
There's a thing that I've noticed that you do out of convenience, which has a serious potential for going wrong.
What's that?
When something's stopped for a fusee or a switch or something like that, you leave the instructions for the AI to be moving.
Oh, instead of stopped.
Instead of stopped, and what might happen is if that condition for it to be stopped changes. Not that you're probably going to change it until such time as you're ready to move it, but still.
If I was playing this and I wasn't paying attention, that's the right cause for a huge mess up.
There's a potential. There's a potential there, is all.
So I don't know if you've seen that. I think it said Sylvia Interchange got hit with another 36 cars.
And Sylvia Interchange received 36 cars. Yep, I can see that. I opened up the console.
I'm heading down to take a look.
That's I think 40 or 42 was the maximum, so 36 is looking like it's the remainder.
Okay. The Fontana Bridge Gap cars. So I need to get... Alright, so this is the puzzle. I grab these two freight cars, the R1Bs, shunt them back, collect the R1A and the 2 Sylvia paperboard cars, pull forward, put them in front of the Parsons Tannery SP1, grab that whole cut down to the Ella car. Set it on this siding. Grab these 2 cars, pull forward, put it on that coal drag. And then you can just, the Bryson stuff you can unfuck when you get to Bryson with it. Okay, so where the frick frack fuck is my engine? Engine.
Which engine?
Engine. 21.
21?
Oh,
Well,
I
that's
see what I
easy.
did.
Bring it up on the list, and
I see where she's at.
if you don't know where anything is, you don't have to go looking for it because you've got your equipment list.
This is true. Okay.
Having these trees here right on the shoreline where we're dumping the logs is just an odd thing because they're going to get in the way of the logs being dumped. And they wouldn't just go on the ground like that, they'd have ramps.
Right.
Because what they do is they just roll them off the side of the logs and into the water. But then again, game not complete, content still being made, things happening, be patient. Fucking hurry up and wait till.
Are you free for a quick side assignment?
Cool! I've just disconnected 12 and 13 from the logs at the sawmill. So I'll leave them there for the moment. But I am also free. What did you need?
Come take a look at interchange for just a moment. And let me spitball with you. Let me brainstorm with you. I need to pick your brain here.
Sure.
Alright, so I've got the car tab, the tabs opened up for the cars, so I can see where the locations are.
Just the stuff in the interchange?
Yeah, just that stuff in the interchange. So what I'm thinking...
Alright, all that Fontana... Alright, so the stuff on the outside track can go as is, exactly how it is, cutting off the last 3 cars because they're Sylvia paperboard. Then the other train can back up, so something can grab that. Once the Fontana Bridge site's out of the way, something else can grab the Whittier House track at the front there, take it out and back it up to the 3 cars that are still remaining. Pull the whole cut out to the first siding that's... Whoops, I'm going in the wrong direction. Okay, these are... No, I was facing the wrong direction, so that's going to make a difference. Oh, yeah, that is going to make a difference. Alright, you're just arriving in with 21.
Yeah.
First order of the day is to get that tannery paperboard stuff out of the way. So you rounded... You rounded into the center track.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab. So my thought process was to grab R1, the 2 R1Bs, and then couple them to the R1A car, and grab that cut, that 3-car cut, and then put it with the other reds, and then get all of the reds out of the way. Shit, train, what are you doing? Ah! I watched that train take that siding a little too fast.
So long as it's less than 25 miles, it's fine. So A's on the outside, B's on the inside. So you want B on the south side of the A. So what have we got?
Alright, so I'm going to decouple all of the teal from the red.
So B... What did I say? A is on the south side.
Okay, so all the teal are decoupled from the red cut. So all the teal is one cut. I was gonna add. So what I was gonna do with these teal and the two green
B.
was run them up to Dillsboro, to the other cut of cars that need to go up there.
Right. First order of business. He's down there. So take. What's a big shunt?
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab Little Shunt as well.
So little shunt, if it grabs onto the onto the cut at 2 Road and pulls out the 2 box cars at the end, WM55865 and EJ&E 17750, pulls those 2 out and hooks it up to SOU 2946, which is the tank car in Road 1. Those 3 there. Then what he'd have to do is pull it out onto the main line just past the sign. Then Big Shunt can hook it up to it from the other side, from the back end. Pull it back in, and Little Shunt can get out of the way. Big Shunt can then push it into the road where it needs to go.
Got it.
I mean, what's easier? It's easier to have 2 locomotives than to run around.
I just gotta figure out the layout of these 2 green cars. D1, R1. So I need to figure out.
Bryson, coal, and lumber supply.
So I'm looking at the main consist for Bryson down at Dillsboro.
Bryson, coal, and lumber supply. Is it? The green ones, Bryson is way up in. It's Bryson.
Yeah, I know that. But I have
D1.
Bryson's cars sitting, in Dillsboro, like the first cut of them.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna shunt, all of the teal and green that are at Sylvia are gonna get shunted to the train at Dillsboro. I was just trying to see if it was easier to break the train apart at Dillsboro and then put those cars in its proper place, or just to tag them onto the back end of them and just drag that sumbitch up there and break it when I get there.
Break it when you get there, because you'll have things in different orders that are going to different places. Bryson, coal and lumber supply D1 is that raised platform near the turntable in Bryson.
It's my least favorite track to service in this whole game.
Yeah, because you have to pretty much go on to the turntable to use it. Although 1 car and a medium-sized locomotive, there's enough space, but the turntable's fine. The turntable's set at the moment for that application.
Yeah, that's why I leave it in that spot. It's because
Yeah.
Like if we had 5 or 6 people, I would have people. I'd have all of the engines in the engine house and make people like get the engines out of the house.
Everything's getting used at once because you can. Alright, so yeah, we need to get rid of this red shit first.
Got it. Working on it.
If nothing else, just get it out of the way. But yeah, hold on to the B, push him onto the A, then pull it out and get Big Shunt to hook onto SOU 2946 at the back. Move Little Shunt out, or move everything out of the way so Little Shunt can then get into the who behind the tank, Sylvia Paperboard PW1, so 202558 and 201601, because those Little Shunt will want to be on the south side of that, and then go straight into the west side of the complex to push them, to pull them and then push them back into the next to the red building with the chimney.
10-4. Little Shunt is blowing through Sylvia proper now.
HD1. That's HD1 there. HD1 is a little more fiddly because there is something that wants to go to the interchange there blocking the way. So there's only space in there for 2 boxcars. And you want to take one out and put one in. When Little Shunt does the coal cars, it can also do... HD1 is... No, that's blocked by SP. If it actually... Yeah.
And also, while you were gone, I got Bryson had 2 or 3 more cars that got shunted onto the main interchange cut, the big cut to come back. So that some bitch is at like 27 cars, and it's at like 1,800 tons as it sits, 1,600, 1,700, between 16 and 18. Alright, so I should be tracked into the center track, yeah?
Currently, yes.
10-4.
Which is where you want to be.
And then I will uncouple from the Ella house and the Bryson lumber coal, the RFP 42347 and VGN 102211. I'll decouple those. That way I can get the red. If we look at it like color spectrum wise, warm colors, cold colors. So all my warm colors, my reds, orange, and yellow are one cut. Greens, blues, purples are the other cut.
I reckon if you actually laid out the colours for each of the locations on a map, it would come up with a very nice spectrum of a nice rainbow spectrum.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's red over there on the east side and progressively goes towards through green to blue by the time you get to passing Brooks, so Alaka Junction, all that kind of stuff. So it'll be. I am looking forward to seeing what color Andrew is.
So out of curiosity,
Fontana Bridge is already a very light blue.
I know it's weird. It's lighter blue than it's like it's hard to see it. It is arguably like one shade lighter, like 1 pixel lighter in blue than the fucking, at least to my eyes. I have shitty eyes though. Like I'm looking at the Robinson Gap and I'm looking at the Fontana Bridge site colors, and they look like nearly identical, if a pixel difference.
If I get up close and I overlay the Fontana Bridge onto the Robinson, no, they're the same.
Okay, then my eyes just suck.
Same blue. It'll be the same hex code.
Can you?
All right, so
can you grab those Whittier cars from these greens, and then put them on the track you're on with 21? And then I'll just couple the Ella House cut to it.
I'll jump 21. And what did you want me to do specifically?
Grab those Whittier sawmill cars.
Yep.
And put them on the track you're presently sitting on.
Easy peasy.
All right.
once we move the Oh, okay, yeah. There's still there's a schist in there, I think. Oh. Oh, that's way up there.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you if you were interested in taking this big ass cut up to Bryson, because you haven't been to. Besides like flying by, you haven't even been to worked Whittier past Whittier, haven't you?
I am a good employee. I go where I'm told and follow the instructions that I'm given.
Well, your boss is being cool and letting you go exploring. You feel free to take a look around and go, oh, holy shit. I will say Bryson's the easiest, like the whole place, the whole location, of all of them, I think is the easiest to shunt and marshal trains.
Yeah, oh yeah. BNSF is formatted as follows. I wouldn't mind.
Oh, you're coming back to that point. You're like, no, man, we ain't done with that. We're coming back to that.
Oh, always. Well, no, I asked on Reddit and I got a reply.
Oh shit.
Didn't take long on Reddit. The full reply is, it depends on the railroad in question. So there's no national standard, because why would there be? That would make sense.
Oddly American
BNSF,
shit.
On BNSF, formatted as follows, and he's given an example. Z-CHCSSE1-20. Z, I'm trying. It's so hard for me to say Z because I want to say Z.
You can say Z. You can say Z. I understand it. Du sprichst Deutsch?
No.
Yeah, no. I took German in I studied, because I'm a history guy. I studied Germany a lot in high school and in middle school. So I learned a bunch of the language. So I actually learned how to properly say Z. I can say Z and I can say Z. I can say both forms of it. So you can feel comfortable saying Z if that's what you naturally say.
Awesome.
Yes.
So a typical code would be Z-CHCSSE1-20. Z denoting that it is a high priority domestic intermodal train, because the example I gave was what would be the code for a train going from example, an intermodal freight train is heading between Chicago and Indianapolis on a Tuesday, and it's the third train of the day. Because in Australia, the fact that it's a Tuesday and that it's the third train of the day are both relevant. In Australia, the third intermodal freight train between Melbourne and Sydney on a Tuesday would be 3MS3. 3 for the third day of the week. The week starts on a Sunday. Day 1 is a Sunday.
Okay, so it'd be...
So 3 for Tuesday and 3 for the third run of the day. Third train of the day. M for Melbourne, S for Sydney.
Ah, okay. So we would kind of have to make one for the GLR, wouldn't we?
We would have to do that because it's a class 3 or class 3.5.
Class 2.5.
Class 2.5. It's somewhere between a class 2 and a class 3, but technically, because it's a short line railway, it would be a class 3 no matter what the revenue.
Yeah, no matter the revenue, it's a short line. Like its paperwork would say, like its legal paperwork would say it's a short line.
Yeah. So in this particular case, Z, I think denotes rather than demotes because it just lost a. Z denotes that it is a high priority domestic intermodal train. CHC is the code for Chicago's Cicero. CICER.
Cicero.
Cicero. That too. Chicago Cicero Intermodal Ramp, where the example train originated. SSE is the code for South Seattle Intermodal Ramp, where the train... South Seattle? Is that where Indianapolis is?
No, Seattle. What the hell? Can I get a what? A stone cold what? Hold on. We would need to know Indianapolis is...
an intermodal freight train is heading between Chicago and Indianapolis.
Rail.
So it's very South Seattle.
What would I Google? Indianapolis is rail. Would it be register?
Intermodal. Rail hub, I guess.
Rail mark?
Yeah. Polish. Harbor. Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to Google that. I can't wait for the day that like some jackass from across the planet tries to hack my computer and just looks at my Google history and goes, "Why is he trying to Google search the fucking intermodal name, signal name for a railroad station 200 miles?"
Why can't he just Google big titty goth girls like
yes.
everyone else?
Why can't he look up cat videos and big titty goth chicks like everyone else? Because you know why? In 2024, big titty goth girls are out. 900-ton steam trains are in, bitch. That's why.
900?
Okay, so my train, this consist that I'm shunting, is 775 tons. I'm just exaggerating.
I'm thinking about the locomotive itself.
Oh. I can't even... A 900-ton train would be, like...
Weight...
Be
1.25 million pounds.
4.5 Berkshires? So... we would have to make one. So, if you were to hypothetically create one for the GLR, it would be... I'd have to fucking name all of these places with a designation.
4014 is 600 tons. So you're not far off.
See?
Well, and that's when it was built, and since it's gone private, or in the hands of wherever it's in the hands of, they did add that second tender. So now I wanted to cut that. You've already done.
Yep, you're already basically busted free.
Turn those marker lights off because they mean something else. Although I do like to have the red ones there. Alright.
Then I'm about to be coupled up to these greens.
And did you want me to hook them up to the back of the one on the...
Are you talking about RFP 42347 and ATSF 11670?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, couple that into one consist, and then if you want, if I can take the reds if you would like to. I don't know which engine would be better to take the teals and green up to Dillsboro.
Take control of X locomotive, hook it up to that, take it there.
I'm trying to figure out which of the two locomotives would be better suited for that weight. Well, you know what, Little Shunt, can you do some of this work down here? We can leave Little, yeah.
It looks to be well, no. The Fontana Bridge site stuff is all loaded. So that's all loaded stuff.
Yeah, it
With
says
the exceptions of the all the stuff for Fontana Bridge, all the TL stuff, with the exception of those 4 coal hoppers at the front, the entire set there is loaded.
well, fuck me running. Yeah, you know what? I'll give it a go with Little Shunt. I'm gonna just give it the good old Polish try here.
I'm not entirely certain Big Shunt is enough.
This was what I was afraid of, was having
No, Big Shunt would be enough. It's a
oh yeah, Big Shunt should be enough. But you know what? I'm determined to at least try. It's on a
by the way, now it completely. So, remember how I was telling you yesterday about the driving wheel without the flange?
yes.
Called a blind driver.
Ah. Learning more. All right, GLR 11 is going to attempt to pull 21 cars, 1,196 tons from Sylvia Interchange to Dillsboro. Full beans. Give it hell, my sweet dear. Give it everything you got. And if you blow up, I'll just make sure your crew's family is compensated for the rest of their life. Because I promise you there's no coming back for you.
That's the good thing about this game, is that if you run out of water, the engine doesn't actually blow up.
I am glad about that. She's chuffing, she's struggling, but she's doing it. And I'm fine with that. I need to get down to Dillsboro, and I'm going to set this. I'm going to set a fuse at Dillsboro right before that set of points. So that way I can get the train unhooked from Little Shunt, put Little Shunt in the siding, back the train up, the big train up to that cut, and then pull out.
Oh yeah, Little Shunt taking it to Dillsboro is fine.
Oh yeah, she's doing. Yeah, she's getting there.
All right, I'll start on the paperboard stuff.
10-4. 10-4. I'm not gonna lie though, Little Shunt is she is not. I don't think she's very happy.
Let's do this.
I will give this game credit. In terms of the day one tutorial, like the actual like logbook tutorial, the one that you read at the beginning of the game, if you actually read that thing like word for word, like an actual book, from start to finish, it is one of the most like, even though it doesn't tell you specific like console commands and specific things that you kind of have to figure out on your own or figure out from like other players, it is still, in my opinion, one of the most thoroughly made tutorial like guidebooks I've ever read for a video game.
Which is this one? Sorry, I missed that.
The guidebook in this game for like when you start out, it has that little tutorial guide.
Oh, okay.
Like if you actually sit there and read the whole thing word for word from start to finish, yes, it does omit some console commands that you got to learn from like YouTube videos and shit like that. But like,
a list of console commands here.
but just to like, get the learning curve of the game and to learn how to play the game, it is one of the most thoroughly made like tutorial guides at the beginning. I've ever read.
Yeah. And it is a fairly simple game in terms of game mechanics and how to make things happen. And it teaches you those things very well.
I have my hands completely off my mouse and keyboard. Like, I have them in my lap. I'm hitting my vape. I'm, like, having a quick smoke break. Like, it's one of the few games where I'm playing the game, but I'm almost completely hands-free. It's an odd, like, juxtaposition. It's kind of like a strategy game where, like, a lot of times you're just letting the game... You're putting in the decisions and the commands to do the things, and then the game is just... Okay, boss. We're well clear of paperboard, so do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Having fun with that vape there?
That one was my Benjamin.
Went down the wrong way. Sounds like it went down sideways.
It did. Ooh, okay, cleared the whistle. Figuratively and literally. So, thanks to your assistance, I am proud to say that we are back over $20,000.
Awesome.
Yes. It is 8:30 in the morning. We started the day at 10,082. We are at 20,336. So we've basically doubled the money in 8 hours.
Made 10 grand in 8 hours.
It's not bad. We're on pace for a $30,000 day.
I'll be happy with that. A lot of this stuff still needs to be delivered.
Right.
That's when the money starts really coming in.
Pretty much all of it does. That's why I gambled with this this strategy for the Alarka cut. Because I could have ran those cars up to Bryson and already delivered them and got paid for them. But I knew I would get all the way up there and then the game would go, haha, fuck you, and give me like 3 random more cars for one location. So I was like, all right, you know what? Yeah. I'll just pull it up and get it out of the way and wait and see what happens with at 8 o'clock. Because I know... Does your railroad, if you get a second delivery, does it do it at 8 o'clock like mine, or does it do it at 10 o'clock for yours, since your main interchange time is at 6? Because I wonder if they slid that forward and backward. Time,
but it might be, I'm not too sure exactly. I did it at 10 o'clock for me.
So so I wonder if it's just set on like that.
But I think it depends on what time it clears the interchange.
Oh. Because I've consistently, since I've changed my interchange service time, the main one, to 4 a.m., I've consistently been, like, if I get a second delivery, it's consistently at, like, 8:05, 8:10.
Alright, so, yeah. I was presuming that it would do regular checks to see, but it might be just time.
Okay. Little Shunt has made it to Dillsboro. She's rolling through the station area, the depot area, and she's heading into the yard.
It does sound like second delivery, or deliveries are X plus 4 hours, and I think maybe a third delivery would be X plus 4 hours plus 4 hours, where X is whatever the time set is.
Okay. So if I was to say, like, timetable-wise, my Bryson... I'm gonna, like, this big, the Bryson cold drag, like this big-ass train. Timetable-wise, like, right now I'm ahead of schedule. Like, I'm like, right on time. Because it's 8:37, 8:38. If I wanted to leave by 8:45, yeah, I'm 7 minutes ahead of schedule. Because I just pulled into Dillsborough Yard.
On a railway, that's not a good thing.
What, being... What, being early?
On a timetabled railway, yeah. It's not like driving a taxi or a bus or something like that. It's on a timetabled railway, a large one, a small short ride, a short line like this is probably not going to matter. But if you're talking about your CSX network, 7 minutes ahead of time is an issue.
Somebody would be getting in a lot of trouble, correct?
That somebody would be the driver, yes. Because there's only two ways that you would be able to be 7 minutes ahead of schedule. You left early, or you were speeding. And neither of those two options are good options. Because you have very strict paths. Because while you may think 7 minutes early, I'm going to get an early lunch or an early dinner, you've got other stuff coming the other way that has to go into passing loops or passenger trains or you have this phenomenon in the US that you don't have anywhere else in the world. Is the diamond interchanges, the diamond crossings. Particularly when multiple different rail companies intersect. And if you've got something that's ahead of time, well, that's an issue. Well, you wouldn't be ahead of time because you'd have signals stopping you. Because the signals on freight generally operate to the timetable rather than to what's coming.
So if I may interject, GLR 600 and 602 are connected to this supercut.
Yep.
This supercut comes in at a whopping 54 cars and 2,448 tons.
Yeah.
This would be the
size.
second. This would be the second heaviest load on the railroad to date. And it is the my heaviest is about 100 tons more, just shy of 26.
Okay.
But this is tied for my longest train, so this is co longest train. Now I have a question. Gustav and Dora each have about 3,700 gallons of water in them, and they got to make a stop. Huh?
Fill that up.
10-4.
Well, especially that you are right next to a coaling tower, you have an opportunity to do it now, and it's better to do it early for this. Like, it's better to do it when you still have 3,700 gallons in the tank than do it when you have 37.
Yeah, I got a feeling that this train's gonna not be the most efficient.
Because we both ran out of fuel and water today.
And what's crazy is I purposely spent time prior to, like, playing with you and streaming, like when I was doing housework throughout the day at home. Today's my last day off of the week. So I'm like playing this in the background, and I'm like, I purposely set time to service engines. So a bunch of these engines had been freshly serviced when you hopped in. Like when we... So...
Which kind of was a contributing factor because the ones that we'd been using had been full, so we didn't check on them as often as we should have.
That's true. I'm not gonna
But
lie to you, man, my guy. I'm a little worried that these two Connies can't pull this.
easily. When I had my 2700 ton, it was a GP9 and an SW1, and combined, 100. Okay.
Also, I hope you weren't trying to get to
1,100, 1,000. Sorry, 114,300 pounds of traction, effective effort. And what are they? What are they to? What is the
C-46s.
big guns? C-46s. Combined, so it's two of them. So 6, 7, 93,400. But we are going only on the main line, and it's relatively flat the entire way, so it shouldn't be a problem. What's the highest grade on the main line between here and Alaka?
Just shy of 2. I think it's a 1.7. I think it's a 1.7.
That's probably at Alaka.
Up at Alarka, it's 2.1 in the mines, up near the mines.
Main line only.
But heading, yeah, that's Walker's the worst one, but the worst one on the main line would probably be on the other side of Hemingway, or like heading up between Bryson and Hemingway.
And you'll be dropping some stuff off when you get to Bryson as well.
Yes, I'm dropping the greens from the cut. So I'm dropping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. And then rearranging them when the time comes. Son of a bitch.
So
But-
by the time you start hitting the areas with any grade, you'll weigh significantly less.
Yeah. How many are going up to Robinson Gap specifically? So let me figure that out. I've got what, 4 back here, 4, and I got 20 up here. So I got 24 going to the Gap. Just the 4 going to Alarka. Oh yeah, no, this is an easy shunt. Easy shunt. Yeah, that'll be a very simple reorganization. How's the paperboard?
Getting done.
Oh shit, really?
Oh.
That's a unique car for the Slamika and Scheist. I like that. It's like an old school gondola.
Yeah, it's a very low. Oh, balls.
It's like a track gondola. Meant for like track work.
Yeah, it's only 3 boards high.
Now my favorite wagons, like coal wagons would be like the British ones. Those
You've got 5 plank and 6 planks.
yeah, the 5 and the 7.
4 wheels.
Yep. Oh yeah, this thing only carries 7,500 gallons. Okay, that's fine. Oh wow, I wasn't even paying attention. I put little shunt into the engine house at Dillsboro, and I put it in the right way. So it's funnels in the smoke stack collector. Proud of myself for that. Wasn't even paying attention when I did it. Yeah, no, and this train gets swapped out for the Pacifics at Bryson. So the Pacifics are the ones that are actually hauling this up. And I think the Pacifics... Yeah, it's the pair of them. Which is funny. I put the Pacifics on the heavier train up the grade. Just because they're physically bigger than the Connies. It's the only reason why I did it. Which is dumb.
It's a choice that you made.
Well, they were basically like... I consider them equals. Even though, if you look at the true numbers, it's about 2,000 pounds less. And with the pair, you're looking at about 5,000 pounds less. But it's like picking fucking Superman or Wonder Woman. They each have, or like, you know, like they have the same damn power. Relatively.
Sort of.
It's more just a personal preference. I don't know. I just wanted the bigger engine on the bigger set of engines on the bigger train. I just thought it looked cooler. Yeah, that was honestly just a pure aesthetic choice. Besides, I think somebody said that the Connie does better on the lower grades anyway. Like her pulling thing is like, her prowess is kind of like on the flatter surfaces, whereas the Pacifics I think is meant for the hills. Even though the wheels are bigger, it's like, I don't know.
I've always associated the consolidation with freight, where the Pacifics are express passenger.
Well, then I have had that backwards. I've got that very backwards. So we have 24, 28. 28 for, I know for a fact that will be ready to go back tonight. And I've got 27 at the depot in Bryson already. 27 or 28. So we're looking at 55 or 56. We are looking, folks, if it goes according to plan, at least at a 55 or 56 car train to head back, which would technically be a new record for the GLR. I am going to try very hard to have a 60 car train plus pulling out of Bryson. So I don't care if I've got to triple head the fucking thing. If I got to get the Connies and the Pacifics to push it, I don't care. I'm one of them kids that had like the Tonka toys growing up as a kid that just wanted a bigger Tonka toy.
Okay. In terms of you, How many cars did you say 67 was going to be a record?
Uh, 56 would be the record. 55.
56. Well, that's going into the interchange rather than the longest train you've done. So we have talked briefly about Australian iron ore trains and things. In a test of distributed power, 8 General Electric AC 6000 locomotives in 5 locations from the front to rear of the train pulled
It's like 600.
600
Yeah, it was like 650 cars, wasn't it?
682 loaded iron ore cars. The train was 4.57 miles in length.
I know it doesn't make sense what I'm about to say, but
It weighed only 99,734 tons.
fuck. So this isn't really gonna make sense what I'm about to say, but just roll with me. Deutschland, Deutschland, über. Sorry,
I think
sorry.
Alice is Uber Alice is the or something like that.
Yes.
Is
Uber Alice. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry. Wrong country.
Slightly wrong country, yes.
I almost went into Oh Australia, which is just the Oh Canada. I don't know your
Also
national
wrong
anthem. I'm
country,
sorry. I will learn it.
I come from a land down under.
One that won't get me copyright striked. I'll do it though,
Oh, okay.
because he comes from a land down under.
Well, the funny thing about that is that song itself lost a copyright claim
No shit.
because in that song it contains a flute part, and it was claimed that the flute part was a direct, the word rip-off wasn't used, but it was a direct copy of a children's song. A kookaburra sits in an old gum tree. Kookaburra sits in an old gum tree, and it's a similar to the flute part in Men at Work's Down Under, and the flute player. It wasn't the band; it was just the flute player that was taken to court, and he lost. And as a result, he died in poverty because he never saw a single royalty from that fucking song, and he paid a lot of money.
So that song used to play when I used to play the game Saints Row 2 on Xbox 360 growing up.
Sure.
And it was like one of the random songs that was added to that game. But that soundtrack to that game was just absolutely killer. And whenever that song would come on, for some odd reason, I would proceed to go to the airport, cause absolute carnage. It's like a GTA kind of game,
Yeah.
so you can fill in the blanks of what I was doing.
I'm familiar with the game, yeah.
Yeah, and I would proceed to jump off the tallest building I physically could, every single time. At the end, like in the middle of the song, for no reason, and I would be singing it at the top of my lungs like a giddy 5-year-old.
I am kind of struggling to work out the connection between base jumping and Down Under Men at Work.
I think it was I think the joke was because he's talking about coming from a land down under, and you're jumping off of a tower. You're going down. It's just I think it was just oxymoronic.
I don't think that word means what you think it means.
No, I think I just made myself look like a moron.
An oxymoron is a word or pair of words which are contradictory in their own meaning. Army intelligence, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
Honest politician.
Jumbo shrimp. No, I honestly don't know what the connection was. I just always had a blast when it came on. I always just had fun. Even at work, I had a teacher. I had a social studies teacher when we were learning about Australia. He was a guitar player, and he would play the other really popular Men at Work song.
Who could it be now?
Who could it be now? Bum, 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 now.
Yeah, that one.
Because when it would be the knocking part, he would go up to a sleeping student's desk and bang his fist on their desk, going, "Who could that be knocking at my door? Bang, 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 bang!"
Bam, 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 bam.
And I've had that little riff stuck in my head for maybe, I'm 27. It's been about 15 years since I was in middle school. 16 years since I've had him as a teacher, and I still have that in my head. Because what I've done in my...
Did you ever fall asleep in his class?
No, never did. I always laughed. I always loved social studies and history, so all of my history classes and stuff like that, government, economics, I never slept through. Now, the one I did sleep in that I shouldn't have was personal financial responsibility, and it took me, on a real note, live on a hot mic, it took me from we'll call it season 18 of life to about season 24 and a half to season 25 of life to really figure out how to be a responsible financial adult. I'm not perfect.
I'm 45 years old, and I still haven't figured it out.
Like, you know, it's not bad. It could be a whole lot worse, but like, for like the first time in my life, I'm actually like been able to go, holy shit, I can breathe a little bit. Like, okay, this is what normal's supposed to feel like. So fully loaded, here we go. Fully loaded, 54 cars, 2,501 tons, all going inbound. Max Beans, give it. No, wait, this is a fast. That would be a massive derailment to fuck this up. We'll go track speed.
Yeah, there are still a couple of cars at the interchange still.
For what?
There's the stuff that was not for red ones. You got one micro and schist, one Ella House, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the sawmill, and one for Whittier House Track.
Shit.
All of which would go as they are to the East Whittier interchange. Because you've got what is the very first wagon on that consist that you've got there? Where's it going?
Stenzel Manufacturing.
Yeah, Stenzel Manufacturing, and you've got Whittier House Track here as well, which is going to the same location.
Okay, yeah, then let's...
Whittier House Track and Stenzel are both at Whittier Station.
Okay, I will stop the consist. Are you in a position to bring them up? No, you're finishing that. Hold on.
Finishing that, I've still got a couple of movements left. I could, in theory, pause what I'm doing and bring it.
Oh, you know what I could do? I'm a genius. Hold on. Hey, little shunt.
Or, no, what I would do, cut the Stenzel Manufacturing off from the rest of it, and bring just the two locomotives and the Stenzel. Because that way you'll hook straight onto that and dump them all at East Whittier.
You are a goddamn genius.
That's easy sort of.
Sometimes it takes a fresh set of eyes to to look at the problem.
Mm.
So you know, you know, I
Because
can't.
you've got 14 locomotives, you can just throw another locomotive at it. I've only got the 3, and one of them is not suited for
So
anything.
I just realized the problem. The cut's so
stencils
big.
at the
The
front?
cut's so big that the Fontana Bridge site train cars are basically about 5 car lengths away from the siding into the Dillsboro depot. So I'm
Are they
completely
in it?
like you're the only engine that can technically help me. So
All right,
I'll
that's
wait.
different.
I'll just wait. I'll recouple this back up, and then I'll just use Whittier to unfuck this. When I get to Whittier, I'll just unfuck it when I get there.
What you can do, before you couple it up, put the stencil on a different track. That way it's not at the front, it's at the back. Because the stuff that gets cut off first, you want at the back. That way you can just cut it off and leave it behind. So put that stencil off to the side. It doesn't matter where, anywhere will do. And then what you do is you hook up to the main set and you pull it forward. So yeah, that stencil can go on the main line or on either 1 or 2 road. Oh, that was close.
Oh yeah, let me get rid of that. Make sure that's okay. All good. Accidentally wants a massive train, gets massive train. Fucks
He's
up
slightly too large.
slightly too large for the railroad. That would be the
Nah, that means the railroad's just slightly too small. That's what that means.
look. The GLR's got a new chairman and his name is Profits.
Exactly.
I took a look at the bills and I said, "Holy shit." You know what? I'm going to do something a little dangerous and I'm going to give 600 clearance to sit on the main line.
Yep, that's what I was gonna. That's what I said to move forward. That way I can get in from behind and hook up to that the Ginzel? No,
Stenzel.
yeah, that one.
The manufacturer.
Yeah, the main. I'll budge up to that thing, and then with you on the main line, with the end of the train past the points, I can then put the rest of the train, push it onto the back.
10-4. Proceeding onto main line to park. All GLR active line engines.
You're going to be occupying the main line anyway. It doesn't matter whether you're moving or stopped. Nothing else is coming.
Yeah, that's true. Role-playing purposes. You ever seen the movie The Warriors?
I have actually not seen it. I know Warriors come out to play because that's a very famous scene from it.
Yes. So the radio, like in the movie, there's this woman who's like a radio, disc jockey, and she talks throughout the movie. And I was about to do imitate a scene like that to
Like
all the
in
GLR
Laredo?
trains. There you go.
So you never understand her. She just speaks.
No,
like
you
peanut
understand her.
fairies.
You understand her. I just muffled my own voice for the fun of it.
Oh, okay. For comedic purposes.
Yes. Yeah, no, because she says it in a super. It's like one of them, like think like Fox at Cleopatra kind of vibe character in the movie.
Go on.
But she's got that sultry voice. Yeah, no, it's one of them. So I was like, all right, so how do I do that but better, funnier? Can't pull off sultry. I ain't got that. I'm too a little too Midwestern. I got a little too much Chicago in me. I got ha. All right. So that line is now free. Setting points. This is a massive train to stop.
Stop. Good luck on that.
She's stopping. And I will put handbrakes on that last car.
There.
'90s sound, '90s TV with '90s race cars, just is like a sound that you just can't. Once you hear it, you can never ever not have it in your head. Like there's something about it. I know that's a little side tangent. I know it's a little odd. Flip that point for you.
Which point? No, don't touch anything.
Oh, no? All right, I'll flip it back.
Everything's set already.
All right, so you want to be set to the tannery? That is my bad.
No.
Okay.
I forgot that one. I thought you were setting something in the
In the interchange? No.
in the interchange.
No. I was watching you pull out of the out of tannery.
Yeah. Stream delay again.
No, yeah. Oh yeah, duh. Let me make sure now that's unfucked. Yes, it's unfucked. Do you think it'd be advisable to leave big shunt on the back of the this massive train?
I mean, did you want to take it with you?
Kinda. Because I'm thinking of the road map heading up. I think it would be easier to have an engine on the back, to help support you stopping, and like once we get to these locations, we can break it off. It'd be easier to break it off from the main cut. Effectively, for a short distance of the railroad, just combine two trains into one. And we can make the stop at Slay Micah and Scheist. That's fine.
Well, if you've got big shunt at the back, then you can do that, because the reason why you wouldn't is because you wouldn't have anything to push it in. But if you've got big shunt at the back, then there's something.
Yeah, and then I might operate. If you want to, we can. I'm gonna put myself in first person mode. I'm gonna ride fucking this train.
Oops, that's the other
This
direction.
big ass cut from one of the engines. So
Sure.
if you, yeah, you're more than welcome to come ride along, or if you want to go work on other projects and see other stuff that's you see any. Yeah, I was gonna say anything that you see on the railroad that you're like, I want to do that. Go ahead. I don't give a shit. I'm learning, and I'm having a good time. So
I've got the highball, and I am making it poach taste.
So what's that? 8 cars?
10 cars. 8, yeah, 10 cars
1,
plus.
2,
Well, that's including the
3,
locomotive
4,
attendant. So
5,
yes, 8 cars.
6,
It's
7,
8.
8. So 9. So 53 plus 9.
62.
62 cars. Folks, new record. New God. We have achieved a new record on the Great Lakes Railroad. Which means arguably the train going back outward could potentially be bigger. If we book it right, the train heading back to Sylvia Interchange could be north of 70? Pushing 70? Because there's roughly going to be 50 at Bryson with all the coal cars.
So set that differently.
27.
That, because that's not
27
more.
and 50. 27 and 28 is 55. Plus 15. How many house track cars do we have right here? Whittier sawmill cars. 4 or 5? 5. So that's 16. 16 plus 55. 71.
Whittier sawmill.
71. So if we used all of the Whittier sawmill cars, all of the Robinson Gap and Alarka cars, the train would be roughly 71 cars. Plus all the cars from Bryson that are already connected to that train, that cut. Then you add in the 13 cars from Alarka, or from Fontana Bridge, and you have an 84 car train.
If they go, well, it depends, because they'll probably go tomorrow.
Oh yeah, no, they'll probably have to go back tomorrow. So shit. Does it even give me the option to start the next one, or do I have to deliver those first ones?
It's going to be completed.
Uh-oh.
Something's happened. I have had a connection issue.
Yes. My game is...
Whoa! I came back.
Okay. Are you back? Okay. My game started really hard. That's my bad. I was watching that from the sky cam.
Yeah, because for some reason or other, I'm sitting outside. I'm trying to sort that out, and all of a sudden, I'm going, ah!
Oh, that was funny.
Trying to run to keep up, and I thought, no, I can't do it.
Oh fuck that.
It took me all of 10 seconds, or 2 seconds to realise. So you can see that I moved back over now.
Yeah, no, I opened up the info tab, the I tab, and it had the finance tab open, and I clicked the milestone tab, and the game just went freeze. It went freeze, motherfucker. Do you know it?
So yeah, you've got the 13 cars. You will be able to, what is Fontana Lake Bridge? What's Fontana? You'll be able to buy the red marble grade as soon as the Fontana Lake Bridge is set as complete. That it doesn't, but it's phase 1 of 3, so we actually have 3 days worth of delivery. You'll be able to buy the next phase the moment these cars are empty, and it tells you that it's complete. Then you'll be able to buy the next phase. Then you can What I'm trying to say is you don't have to wait for the cars to go back to the interchange for you to get the next phase.
Okay.
Container Lake Bridge is a 3-phase. Dillsborough diesel fueling is 1 stage, and signals are 1 stage.
Okay.
Faster, 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 faster. Actually, we're here, so I don't want to go too fast.
Making your glorious entrance.
You see how it was whistling for the bridge?
Yep. Okay. That cuts so. The train's so long. I'm already halfway into the Cowie site, like the Cowie main line.
Yeah, the Cowie Loop.
Yeah, I see you pulling up now behind me.
Oops, I stopped a little short.
It is a little, maybe not like a hindrance or annoying. It is just I guess a little crappy that you don't get money for the fun, like the milestone project cars. Like you don't, like, if you like, I feel like if
Well,
you
you paid on it.
I know, like
You paid the money.
but like if you paid for them to be delivered, so I feel like you should be rewarded, like, hey, you didn't fuck these cars up, you delivered them safely to and from, like.
Yes, but the reason why that doesn't work is because all the money from all the other ones, all the times we're getting paid for all these other ones, we're getting paid by customers for doing deliveries.
Oh yeah, I guess that's
We
fair.
are the customer for the milestones.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense then.
The money isn't a reward. It's payment for services rendered. We are doing jobs for clients, and in the case of milestones, in the case of coaling stands, for things like the coal and the diesel fuel. Oh, that was done when I wasn't.
I was watching it.
And alrighty, road reverse 45.
Oh yeah, if you oh damn, gee, he's like, all right, we're gonna roll. Forward.
Yeah, we're ready to go when you are.
Oh yeah. Follow. Switching to, I am sitting in 602.
I'm sitting in 21. Apparently, I'm sitting in the side of 21. I'll get in the thing. Weird ass latency issues. You've now beaten me on tonnage.
We're just shy of 3,000 tons. Holy
Should we stop and pick something else up?
shit. I thought about it.
We just need another. We just need another 55 tons.
We can go back and grab them reds that are sitting there in the siding. No, I'm kidding. Just throw them on the back end of your coupler.
Yeah, just pick up a couple of empties just to take up to East Whittier.
Ooh, I haven't gone through the
Wow!
tunnel. What's that?
Have a look at the tonnage go down.
Whoa. Oh, from the fuel burn off?
From the fuel and mostly the water.
You know what? Hey,
19,
choke off the engine to track speed. That way it doesn't want to run so hard.
We're up to a good speed, so I'm just going to coast now.
Yeah, you can cut out.
Because I was guzzling that water like nothing else. That's 6 gallons a second.
In just the distance we've traveled, I think I've burned like 600 gallons in each engine. We might be at run. Alright, you know what? I'm choking it down to 30. I'm not liking the fuel burn off, and I'm not liking the engine shake in this curve.
Oh, if you set it to road, and then it'll never go faster.
Yeah, that's what I got it in road. I'm not manually driving it. I'm just sitting in the cab. And then I'm just looking behind me every so often, and I'm just watching this train just rock violently through curves. The front end of this thing is like... It's like watching a Formula 1 car drive around, almost. With how it's taking the turns. How's everything back there? Alright, I'm going to assume my radio operator's dead. Alright, I'm sorry. My vertigo is beginning to act up. I cannot sit in that cab while it's rocking like that. But we got clearance to do 45, so I'm going to see if we can get this puppy up there. So... with you about to hit Barker's mile marker 51, we should be approximately a half mile long. I know, we're flying through a forest of trees right now. Alright, so I know we gotta stop here at Sleigh Mike and Scheist. Okay, so backing engine, be prepared for coming to a stop shortly.
Oh, I'm gonna
We have the Sleigh Micah, and Scheist drop off.
dump some air into the system there.
Alright, I'm gonna actually bring it down because we're already at 23. I'm gonna cap the speed at 25. Just so that way we're already kind of descending. Because we're gonna have to start stopping. So that car's more on your end of the cut. Yeah?
Yeah, it's down this. It's
2/3 down the way, yeah?
not even. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 away from me. 7, 8 away from me. I can see it from here. I can't see you from here.
Alright, so I'm hitting the siding right now that you
barely
need.
hear you.
So, for reference, I just passed the siding that you need.
Did you hear my whistle?
Hit it. Now I can hear it. Faintly.
It's there. Yeah. That's it there. We will have to pull forward of it so you're not in the way. So keep going.
Oh yeah, I just brought it down to
brakes.
15 for yard speed. I think I see the car.
You're using AI still.
Oh yeah, shit. Alright, so we're actually gonna stop now.
No, keep going.
Oh. Oh shit, I dumped it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 car lengths. We still need at least 7 car lengths.
10-4.
Oh yeah, get out and do shunter work. Whoops, it's put me outside of the locomotive.
I dumped it. I dumped it in the damn thing. Well, at least we know we can stop this son of a bitch.
With 3 locomotives on it, would be surprised if we couldn't.
Alright, I'm gonna stop right about here.
Keep going. Alright, now stop it.
Oh, that's one big bitch.
Because I dumped all my air as well, so.
All right, I'm gonna put it back in neutral just so the tanks will the lines will start recharging.
In neutral, you mean fill the air up again. All right, I've split it. Charging air for mine. Yeah, there we go. Find enough air.
And you can just bury the other gondola.
Oh yeah, he's coming with us, so there's no choice on that.
Wait, is our big train gonna have a gondola? Yes. I didn't think of that.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, a ghost fucking changed the points right in front of me just as I was about to.
God? Is that Hugh? All right, I'm gonna grab a quick snack.
So yeah. Yep. I'll just do. Yep. Oh, it's gonna.
So wait, are you gonna put that Sylvia car onto this cut?
That's gonna have to take the exact place of where the one we're dropping off is.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull forward actually.
You are gonna have to go at least one car. Just anywhere clear of the crossing. Yeah, red light there. That'll do you.
Yeah, that's a hot dog gondola. So we got to be careful with that one. It is kind of funny watching the player characters run around in first when like people are playing first person mode from the sky cam, because when you zoom out just a little bit like I have on the stream right now, it's like I'm watching a little worker ant run around.
Well, this is what a shunter would do. This is exactly how a shunter would work. As little walking as possible. And you would issue commands to the drivers. I'm going to have to take the role of the driver of Big Shunt. Oh. And that's hooked up.
I really like that little gondola. That's just a cute little gondola.
Considering it's going to hold, 70 tons of schist.
What is schist?
It's kind of like scree. A type of gravel kind of thing.
Okay.
And clear to set back. Whoops, no, let's set back instead of forwards because that's clever. So in this particular case, Slay, S-L-E-Y, is the name of the company. Well, Slay, Mica, and Schist is the name of the company, but Mica and Schist are both products that the company deals with.
Okay.
And you regularly get gondolas here to load up 70 tons of schist. probably slow down right now. Brake, set the handbrake. Okay, the handbrake wasn't animated. That's weird. Forward to... Yeah. One car, half a car, bogey, red light. And ready to set back. It's a couple up. 100 feet. Oops, missed it.
That's not proper train safety there, sir. You would have gotten your ass run over.
Half a wagon. Oop, stopped it short a little hard. Now, at this point, you would normally stop it short because what you would do, and you tell the driver shut down going in between, and then you wait for an acknowledgement. You would go in here, and you would go up to the couplers, inspect the couplers, make sure that they're straight, make sure that they're open, and then you would tell the driver half a wagon, set back to couple.
Huh.
And then you would just go coupling speed, 3 miles an hour. One bogey, contact. So you would give the length of the distance between the two couplers in number of wagons, half a wagon, and then under half a wagon you would give just a bogey, because that's what you're 5 or 6 feet or whatever it is, and then you're good to go. So we're all coupled, and you have a green light on your visual.
10-4.
I'll set that back to neutral.
The front of this train's in Thomas Valley. The head end of this cut is all the way down in Thomas Valley.
And we are just about to... We're about to cross the crossing at...
Wilmot.
Wilmot.
Yeah, no, we're proper. We're proper 4
I'm just going over
the.
just going over the level grade crossing now.
We might be as long as this whole passing sighting.
Oh, first, I'll give it some beans.
Yeah, you can if you want to give it some balls, you can give it some balls.
You're moving now, yeah?
Yeah, there we go.
25 mile. I'll shut down at 30.
10-4. Yeah, I got it set to 35. That last couple of mile an hour don't really bother me. As long as we're above, yeah. Above 30 is good for me. And we just roll in with the rest.
Right. I am now dead weight. That extra 70 tons that we put in there brought us so close to 3,000.
Well, we were over it for a few minutes, and as we rolled away, it trickled down with the loss of some water.
Oh, no.
I will tell you, in comparison, I feel like the train does feel heavier. Like looking at like the hauling of it, the way it had to get up to speed, it took a little longer than before. So I feel like that one car with that one long gondola car has added a significant amount of weight to that train.
And it is at this point in which the crew down this end would grab the shovel and whack on some bacon and eggs and cook some bacon and eggs.
Oh yeah, we're in the flat right now, so we can pretty much haul balls, but we're about to round the corner into East Whittier. And I am about to set the track for East Whittier. Yeah, the crew over here just finished breakfast, so...
Yeah, I've just passed Thomas Valley.
Alright, so to do this properly, this is going to be multi-steps. So I just want to make sure my line's set right, and then we'll just go from there. Because I'm effectively going to have to pull all the way as far forward as I can. Almost all the way.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
you'll
gonna
be passing the sawmill when I'm getting in the place. You'll fuel up, you'll get some take on coal and water before I'm in the siding.
Water we're going to take.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll take that at
And
Whittier.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah, Whittier I'll pick up water. Coal I'm fine. If you want to, you can throw those. What I'm gonna do here is pull the cut far enough forward for you to decouple the East Whittier cars that have to go in, and then you can you back up, and then clear the site.
What I was going
go ahead.
to is, CNO 26652 and LNN 59892. I was going to disconnect those two. That's the Fontana Bridge and Stenzel Manufacturing. And then I'll sort out the local deliveries from that point, including our house.
Okay.
Then the back of your set will be Fontana Bridge, and you'll have Fontana Bridge and local Bryson.
Okay.
Alaka.
Okay. So you'll pick up all those cars down there in Whittier, or East Whittier.
I had no idea it was this long.
Oh my god. I'm looking at the steam. I can see the steam from the front of the engine. We're right now hitting the siding.
Oh yeah, if I zoom out enough I can see. Yeah, that's reasonable.
So from Dillsboro to Whittier, we burned just under half a tank.
Again, game, why are you putting me on the sideboard of the locomotive? That's a really dumb place to... Yipes!
Make sure all these points... I'm just triple checking these points because I don't trust myself.
We're about to blow right past that. Were you going to water up at Whittier?
The actual station itself.
Yeah.
The passenger station, I'm going to water up there.
Yeah. Whittier rather than East Whittier.
Yes.
I'm just hitting the turnout now. Or I'm not. There, I'm just hitting the turnout now.
Alright,
I'm off the main line.
Alright, so now you're in the yard. Okay, cool.
Wow, that's the entire length of this entire yard.
Jesus.
So anyway here will do.
Alright, I'm coming to a stop.
Button.
I'll be partially out on the main line on my end, but that's fine. That'll give you some space to work with.
Alright, disconnected. You're free to go.
10-4. That's a... God. So, cutting off those cars, we shed about 500...
603,
Yeah.
603 tons.
That's 15 cars right there, by the way. That'll be added to the big train coming back. That's an intimidating cut. That's a very intimidating cut.
Now that this disconnected, my end says 11 cars, including, so that's 9 cars plus loco and tender, 603 tons.
Jesus. Tell you what, East Whittier has turned into FPS Express.
UPS Express.
The FPS Express.
The old slideshow express for me.
Oh, is it chugging that hard for you? Or is it my stream?
No, it's on my actual game itself, it's chugging. But I have the trees up at 2%, 2.0.
Oh, so you even have more dense trees than I have.
Oh, yeah, I went the whole 2.0.
So,
Yeah, all this area, which, so on your screen, you've got a nice clear area for East Whittier.
Yeah.
Not on mine.
Oh God.
It's a half a forest between the sawmill and the track.
Holy shit. So with those red cars for the Silva interchange, if you want to put them in the yard back there, for me to pick up later, to get them out of your way, feel free.
Oh yeah, forgot about them.
So I'm pulling up to the water tower now, right? I'm maybe a dozen car lengths from it. Easily a dozen car lengths from it. And it's very safe to say that it's not good. My ass end sticks almost back to the sawmill. Come on. What? Why'd you stop right here? This is a weird place to stop. There you go. I should probably uncouple myself for this service, but...
No. Just drag yourself forward. You're right. Using manual mode would be easier.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Shit. I bumped it like a fucking foot forward. Come on back. I need you to just roll back like a foot. Like 6 inches. Like the width of a football, bro. Just get out and push. I don't care.
Yeah. So close. Let me out.
This train just takes forever and a day to get the brake line filled up, so I gotta be careful when I'm dumping these brakes.
Well, when you're doing the servicing for the coal and water, perhaps just using independent brakes. Because you're only going real slow at that point. When you're just making adjustments.
Oh, yeah, true.
Oh, that's about right.
Alright, so that engine's filling up. How's it going down here?
Yeah, great. I'm just moving the stuff out. I didn't realize it was even in here.
Oh yeah, no, like I can take those cars if you want me to.
No. I'll sort them out. I just forgot that they were in here.
I don't know if I did that cut on stream or if I did that before you hopped in.
I don't recall.
Dude, I don't recall either.
Oh, I didn't notice that on this one. Wow. Number one, the 10-wheeler has a blind driver as well.
Huh.
Not just the decapods, but even something as small as the 10-wheeler. Change. What's going on?
This is gonna be a late night delivery to the interchange. I got a feeling.
I swear I. Oh, that's my.
The train did not like that.
Yeah, hopefully they'll sort that out later at some point. The fact that you can fill up the tender with water with the actual hatch closed.
It's not immersion breaking, Mom.
You. The fact that these things, the way that these ones work is different from the ones that I'm used to, because the actual nozzle doesn't go up and down on the ones that I'm used to. What it has instead is they swivel around laterally, but they have a length of like fire hose,
Yeah.
canvas hose, which you can then maneuver into the actual hatch itself, wherever the hatch is. So it doesn't matter if you're a couple of feet or even a couple of feet. It doesn't matter if you're not perfectly aligned, because you can just move the canvas hose will just. I missed that. 21 grand.
All right, this train's
Start of
going.
the day, 10,000.
So yeah, I've noticed that if you run a mix of the pulpwood, passenger, and you dedicate to running timber, you can actually produce a lot of income.
That's the other reason why the water towers that I'm used to don't go up and down like these ones do. Is because the way you run it, you clip through them, you break the thing off. Whereas what's going to happen if you hit a bit of canvas hanging down?
This is true. Okay. GLR 600 is set for Bryson. It is running to Bryson.
Which
She's at 2,421 tons. I just realized I don't have my Alarka train moving at all.
right. That should help for now. I've just reduced tree density down to 1.0 and reduced my quality from ultra down to high. That should give me, like a couple of frames a second instead of just 2. Gesundheit.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, well,
Oh, that's why it's weird.
I've left that train completely unsupervised.
That's fine. The railways, you don't need to supervise them. They're fine. Perfectly safe things that nothing ever bad ever happens on.
Nothing happens. Nothing bad happens on the railroad. Casey Jones intensifies. Oh yeah, you
That was the,
Sorry, you were saying?
That was the difference between your playthrough and my playthrough. Instead of getting an increased quantity of locomotives, I decided to wait and get fewer, more powerful locomotives.
Yeah.
Because, my goodness, do I think I could possibly operate 14 locomotives simultaneously? No.
Dude. Once I realized how many I had bought and realized how deep I was in, I realized that this was not going to be a solo adventure anymore.
Yeah.
But I guess on the bright side of it is, yes, I have 14, but truly only 4 of that 14 are like train sets. The 2 Pacifics for heading up to Robinson Gap, and the 2 Atlantics.
You've got a bunch of double headers there.
Yeah.
The 2 decapods.
The decapods, the decapods, I could break those off and run those as individual freight trains.
Well, of course, if they're there, the good thing about having 14 locomotives is you've got the flexibility. You've got 14 locomotives if you need them.
You've got options.
Me, I might have. I've only got 3 locomotives, but yeah, that's it. I've got 3. If it's too big for if I find anything that the GP9 and SW1 can't handle, I'm stuffed because I don't have anything larger than that. Then again, I have enough in potential loans that I could get another GP9, but I wanted to clear the debt that I've got first because the interest payments are what's fun. If I can pay back my loans before the interest payment cuts in, you're getting an interest-free loan.
Right.
Because the interest payment is only calculated at the time of payment of the loan. At the time of payment of the interest. It calculates how much loan you still have to repay, then your interest is based on how much you still have left to pay. If you get down to zero before your interest payment becomes something you need to pay, you don't have to pay any interest.
Based on the amount of time I have left on this loan before I have to make an interest payment,
yeah, You're not getting 73,000 in a day and 13 hours.
No, I gotta get $52,000 in a day and a half. Like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But
you are going to pay interest on that loan. But if you can get as much money as you can before that 1 day and 13 hours is out, pay off as much of the loan as you can 1 day and 12 hours, it'll reduce the interest payment before that time. I believe. Am I correct? Maybe.
because I'm staring at it and I want to pay it. I want to drop 20 grand on this loan.
Not when it would leave you with 1,000.
How much money would it leave me with?
Personally, I would dump 10 now myself. But then again, if you dump 10 now and see if that changes the interest payment.
Dropped it down to 7,200.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Yeah, because it's 73,000, but it's 7,600 on the interest payment, which is not 10% of 70,000. So 7,300 is 10%.
So we just spent pretty much the entire day's profits so far.
Well, when you've got a loan, all your profits are going straight into repaying that loan,
Yeah.
simply because the money that you have, if you factored in your loan, you would still be in the red. You have a positive number in available funds, but you have a negative number in your balance.
Yeah, we got it down to, I got it down to 53,000. I just dropped a full 20 stack on it. Brought the interest payment down to 6,800. So if I have to make an interest payment, you know I can make $6,800 in a day.
Yeah, you'll get enough to pay off any interest in. You'll have more than 6,800 at the end of today.
Right.
Well and truly. Wait until the money comes in for what you're doing. Because I haven't finished putting anything in yet, so we haven't made a single cent. You haven't made a single cent off this train yet.
Are you driving 20? Or is it 21 you're driving?
21 B shunt.
What in the fuck is this train doing? Oh, that's the Alarka train. Yeah, it's Alarka, not Alaska. See? So from the refuel at Whittier to Gov Island, we've burned 1,700 gallons of water.
It's another reason why I've gone with diesel.
I zoomed too far out. Drawing distance was not my friend there.
Well, that's weird.
What's that?
Something was happening that was weird.
So what? We pulled this train out of Dillsboro at roughly 8:45.
I wasn't paying attention to the time. Sorry.
It's all right.
I swear I turned it up.
We're pulling into Bryson though at 10:10. It's not bad for how big the cut was.
I mean, it's a slow freight. It's not. I mean, it might be an express. It wasn't even express.
I would say this train had express trackage rights.
Limited express.
Yeah, just because of the sheer mass of it would have been too dangerous.
Well, it's not that. It refers to whether it's stopping. We did have a one stop at Wilmot and another stop at East Whittier, so.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem. And that's a problem we get to solve. Come take a look at Bryson. Feast your eyes on this bullshit. That cut's so damn big I can't even get it into a spot to shunt it.
Well, no, that's easy fixed. What? You know how you do that?
I'm just rolling
Keep
the son
pulling
of a
forward till. Keep pulling forward. I'll tell you when to stop.
Yep. I got a fuse set for now. I'm actually gonna come up to that water tower.
I'll shunt for you a bit. So keep going forward. 6 car lengths. 5 car lengths. 4 car lengths. Get ready to stop. 3 car lengths. 2. 1. And red light there.
Full beans stopped.
Probably a bit more than we needed, but that's okay. Now, hold there. Jesus. Now, these are all together, so we might as well keep them together. They are one set, aren't they? Is one or two.
So I'm gonna grab. Oh, you grabbed 10 already.
And then one, two, copper. And I'm hearing noises, so you've jumped out of there. What you now do is you jump back in what you were in and pull forward till I tell you when to stop.
You're talking about 600?
Yes, the same set we're in.
Yep, big
We
set.
haven't finished the movements with these yet, so jump back in Dora.
10-4. Rolling forward. Sorry, didn't
We're
mean
looking
to.
for about 100, 150 feet.
Yep, sorry, didn't mean to throw it in. I tried to slow it down. It triggered the whole damn brake line.
Yeah. We still got quite a number of cars to go. Probably what would have been better if you had routed in instead of on the road that you're on, one over.
The actual station track, like the actual station track, or the
No, one to the right.
The actual the second freight bound track.
Yeah, the first for the sorting yard, because this track is more of a bypass track than sorting yard. So, 4 car lengths, 3 car lengths. Give me 2. 1 car length.
Yep.
All right, red light there.
We're gonna give you We're gonna roll itself into giving you probably a little extra space than you need.
That's fine.
Flipping that side.
Now set back, and you're clear to set back, and we're going 500 or thereabouts.
Got it. Cut rolling.
Ideally, the Robinson Gap coal would have been on the track that you arrived in, and the mixed freight would have been on the one that you're now going in on. That way it's easier to sort them out on the ladders than it is from where you are.
Ah, okay. Alright, so next time I'll bring when I have a big cut like this, I'll just bring it in on this line that
Yeah.
the coal train's on now.
The one that you're arriving on now should be your arrivals track. For anything that you're stopping and leaving here.
Okay.
Keep it coming. Alright. 6 car lengths. 5 car lengths. 4 car lengths. 3 car lengths. If you're clear, you're clear where you are, so red light where you are. And you're in.
Alright. So I'm going to decouple these engines because for this, the coal cars are going to get run in from the back. So just because of the way it logistically runs up the line, how they get deposited, the Pacifics have to be on the far end, which I know
Yeah.
on the south end, which doesn't necessarily make sense, but the way
Well,
the game has positioned the coal line, like I won't have room up there to do that switching maneuver. It's a pain in
no.
the dick.
You've got 3 lines there on the arrival track, but if you've got anything occupying them, then you're stuffed. And the only other place to do a runaround is all the way down at Brooks. So I'm going to pretend I didn't see anything, and I'm going to fuck off back to what I was doing, and I'm not going to know that you're doing it this way.
Love it. Okay, so
What I don't know can't hurt me.
now I just got to figure out how I want to unfuck this properly.
That's close.
Huh?
This other cut that all your Sylvia interchange stuff. God, that just fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, I made it just fit. I sat there for a
Yeah,
few minutes working with
even
it.
now, I'd say 3 feet back to the west, the southwest direction, the Andrews section, because it's very close to fouling the point down the other end.
Oh yeah, it could come back about 3 feet the other way if I wanted it to.
No,
It's
that
not
is
rolling,
fouling
is
the
it?
point. I don't know if it's rolled or not. It may have expanded like an accordion. Couple of tension,
Okay,
but
well I do
yeah,
have a handbrake applied.
it is fouling the point down here. So if you're going to do anything with Shunty to Shunt, not Shunty McShuntface, I've noticed.
No. I haven't named. I have one I haven't named yet. I think
Yeah,
that was
don't
that's
don't don't try and put Shunty to Shunter past this box car down the end because it'll hit.
all
So
right. So it
currently
looks like
your
I'm gonna
ladder
have to
track
do
is
this.
fouled.
I'm gonna have to do this the hard way.
Is
There we go.
if you had your mixed goods in place of the coal rake,
Yeah.
then from where it is, it's easier just to pick shit up from the back and put it into different ladder tracks to organize it into smaller local trains should you want to do it that way, or just to rearrange them as needed for what you need to do. Um, everything's so.
You know
Yeah,
what?
that's
I
just 'cause it's
I
a long
I'm gonna use the Pacifics, or not the Pacifics, the Connies. Sorry. I know that.
Mm.
Roll forward for me, darling. I think I just figured out how to unfuck this. So
It's not. There's nothing so serious at the moment that's a problem.
no, it's staring me in the face. I was looking at it and I zoomed out and I looked at it and I basically just said, well, if I fouled that line down here and I can't access that part of the ladder, how can I get to that other track? I have the Connies. I could just literally go the way I came, grab that cut that's in front of the Robinson Gap, the second cut in the Fontana cars. Grab that cut, move it onto a separate track, and have it fuck off. And
Well, no, now because you've got the coal rake in that place, it's there now. If you wanted to move the mixed goods over one, you would have to clear that line. And where it is, it's not too much of a big deal because shortly behind the end, there is the crossover track anyway, so you can still pick parts off the back and move them into the ladder track wherever you needed to. The only problem right now is NYC 32563, 32563, which is fouling the ladder. That's the only issue, so that needs to move forward a bit.
So we'll get some double action rolling here.
And
there we go. We'll get rolling, yeah. We'll get rolling with that.
right, I'm going to go back to where I was, to what I was doing.
10-4.
It may seem complicated, but it really is really simple. It's just there's a logical pattern to it. This is there, so I got to do this, and that's it. And it's just a continuing series of that. All right. Well, I need to separate all these. Well, that can go in there, and I'll put all the things that are going together with it in there. Job done. And Brighton is the best location. If you'll excuse me, I'll be back.
Take your time. Alright, let me check and see if this is out of the foul. Like, maybe another half a car? Come on, half a car. Ah, that would be why.
And back.
All right.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Now. So,
Just sounds like a screaming 5-year-old.
I am not familiar with screaming 5-year-olds.
No, just when the trains are blowing their whistle, and they're just going blah, blah. It's like when your niece or your nephew just are losing their fucking mind. Okay, so I unfouled that train.
Yep.
Then put the greens onto 10, or onto Shunty McShuntface. So now that train is...
This you changed the name, did you?
Yeah, I did. Alright, now here comes... So this move, I'm kind of coming to realize because of the way I pulled the track I pulled in on, I realized how my fuck up. So even though you had me pull this train properly, this bigger cold drag into this siding properly, I'm going to move it back onto the bypass track to couple up to that cut.
That's the whole purpose of having all those ladder tracks there and everything, is to rearrange things as needed.
But see, now everything's color coded and it looks nice.
Well, that's yeah. Not generally the goal of railways is to make things look pretty, but I certainly, I can see it.
Like, yeah, I get it. It's not supposed to be pretty, but for what it is. Now,
Oh, they're almost done.
What's that?
The logging unload.
Oh shit.
4 logs to go. Oh no, that's not well. Move forward a bit forwarder. If I forwarded a bit forwarder. And light there. Red light there, please. Thank you.
Stop! I beg of you.
Yeah, when I say 1 car, 2 car, 3 car, 3 car, 2 car, 1 car, that means stop. It doesn't mean can come to it.
It doesn't mean...
Yeah, red light anywhere there. Yeah, red line anywhere there means just whenever you just come to a nice gradual stop.
Yeah, it
But
doesn't
no, 3, 2, 1, stop
mean stop
means
right fucking here.
yeah. I want you within like a foot of where I told you. Whoops, that's not goes. Yeah, we're gonna forward.
Now, operationally, I'll leave the Bryson stuff to after all this Robinson Gap and Alarka stuff is done.
It's a lark.
It's Alarka, not Alaska, damn it. This cut is...
Now, I know it's you'll know it as a bird, but there's also a lark, L-A-R-K, which is a joke, a good time, a funny old time.
Yep.
Not lark, joke. An activity done for a joke. Not intended to cause serious harm or damage. A bit of a lark.
It's being a... So, what is the difference between, like, taking the piss and... he's just being a lark.
Well, no, because you don't... A lark is not something that you are, it's something that you do.
Oh, okay.
So you can't be a lark. You can have a bit of a lark, and I can I can hide something that you're looking for just for a bit of a lark, or just play a harmless, silly, practical joke. That's a bit of a lark.
Okay.
Taking the piss can be several things. Mate, you're taking the piss now means that you've gone past joke, and now this is the point where people go, it's only a prank, just before they get punched in the face and thrown off a bridge. No, that actually happened. Someone, as a prank, and I'm using the biggest fucking quotation marks you've ever seen, as a prank, walked up behind a massive guy that likes to go to the gym by the look of him, and within 6 inches of his head blew a air horn can.
Oh no, you deserve to get hit in the fucking face with that. For that.
At that point, the bloke turned around after making sure he wore the brown trousers. He was suitably pissed off, picked the guy up and threw him off the railing of the bridge that they were on, in about 20 feet down into water.
That's hilarious.
While the guy was, it's just a prank. Fuck off. Not at that point, it's not. No, causing irreparable, permanent physical damage to a person's hearing is not a prank.
No, it's not a prank.
I've just caused a permanent disability on you. It's just a prank, bro.
What?
You're gonna be surprised when I say no. Alright, those ones are there.
Alright. 6515 and 6303 are coupling up to this massive fuck off cut heading the teal cut. Sightings are clear. Trackage in front of me is clear. What time is it? Okay.
A lot of the time, it's people who, the kind of people who would swat you as a prank.
Oh yeah, that shit's fucking ridiculous. 1,933 tons, 45 cars.
Where are you? I am. What? I'll send it to you as a DM. A whole last 16-second video.
So this is a question. If I open up like a full gondola car while we're like hauling and it's full of coal or copper, does it dump? Like
That's a good question. Why don't you science it for us?
car on the siding.
It won't make a difference whether it's moving or stopped. So if you open up the bottom chute,
Nope,
it will
we're
either
good.
dump it or not.
We're good.
I didn't think it would. I was quite certain that the answer was going to be no, because there is a lot of things that the game still has to implement. Unsubscribe from that discussion because I'm fucking done with.
Oh, this is gonna be so easy. So when that big train gets up here, so the way I have it set up is those Alarka cars at the being at the front. I move 20 up to a fuse. When the train gets up the hill, if it makes it up the hill, the first 4 cars that get dropped off at the very front of the train will just couple up to 20. And then 20 can break off with that cut and go on its merry way. I round the corner by just flipping the siding or flipping the switch and just let it roll the Robinson Gap cars up the hill to Robinson Gap. And then once those are set, run back down the hill with the Fontana Bridge cars, and I can send them however I need to send them. I am not going to do all of that tonight. That's at least another 2 hours worth of fucking railroading to do. And alright, so how are things down there by you?
I'm. Whoops. There we go. Whoops. That's never something you want to hear. The stuff for the interchange is just about ready to go. I've got the stuff for Ella and Whittier all sorted out. I'm about to put the Whittier sawmill stuff into Whittier sawmill, and I'll use 10-wheeler for that. Let's get a couple up nicely anyway, so we can just wait there. How many are going in? What's this one? 2, 3, 4. Oh, just 5. That's it. Considering how many came out, fuck hell. Were you saving them up or something? There was like 2 days worth, I think.
What's that?
You had the stuff that was in Whittier sawmill.
No, that was the first cut. That was the first cut from 4 o'clock this morning.
I'm sorry, the stuff that I pulled out that was full was from today.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, sawmill's working hard. I want to see the blokes loading the boxcars.
We've been paying them overtime. Time and a half. It's a revolutionary thing here on the GLR.
Paying people.
I ain't lost a mile per hour going up this grade with this cut, pushing it up.
I wonder what that looks like.
Hello, Mother Slug. Customer complaint I have, showing us views black screen while talking about in-game content.
What?
I think it was from earlier. Mother Slug was here at the beginning of the stream.
Oh, Mother Slug, yeah.
When we were okay, look, I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't paying attention.
No, we talked about this, just like in jazz, everything is intentional. For artistic reasons.
Oh, yes. For artistic talent, we did it differently.
Yes.
Oh.
Customer complaint. And business feedback. Customer doesn't know what they're talking about.
The price is wrong, Bobby.
Yeah. Customer does not understand artistic interpretation.
This is the Jazz Railroad.
I'd be worried now because we've been going for 6 hours, and how much of a stream delay do you have for the first 3 minutes or first 5 minutes of a stream to be just seeing it now after 6 hours?
Oh, dude, you would have to have like
that's
like
some serious internet problems.
No, Mother Slug, it's no big deal. It was actually kind of funny. That sucks you had internet issues. But, I think if, you would have to be, like, the first person in North Korea to have internet. Like, if you were just now watching, like, the beginning of the stream. I can't think of a more desolate
person. There's only one person in North Korea that does have internet at this point.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, you'd be the second. Yeah, we would be the second. No, actually, Mother Slug, I'm about getting ready to wrap it up, because ironically, it's so late that, I have to take my son to school in, 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I'm gonna go I'm gonna probably call it here once I get this train up to a safe point. Give the computer a good old break, because this thing has just been logging. She's earned her break. But the whole video, like, you missed a lot. This is one that I would recommend, even though it is a chunky one. Break this one up over the next couple of days. There's plenty here for you. Plenty of discussion. Plenty of haulage. We set a new record. For weight and size train.
As someone who is personally overweight, it is an achievement.
So. I also completely basically said, fuck that passenger train once I seen how big this freight train was going to be. There was no way I was going to be able to manage running both of these trains.
Well, it's only it's 10:48 a.m. on in-game time, so there's still plenty of time to run the passage. You only need to run it once a day.
Yeah, that's true. The scale I run it though, like I feel like it does generate me enough profit, the amount I do run it. Yeah, like if I look at the daily report, I make, like yesterday, I made roughly half of what I did in freight in passenger. But that's because I was pushing. Now today it won't be, like right now it won't be so high, but like once all this freight's done and I'm sitting here waiting, I'm just going to be running the passenger just non-stop. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's right, Mother Slug. You were the one that was telling me to bring the coal cars down there to Nantala. So, I was gonna heed your advice, and when I go down to Nantala, I am going to pre-purchase 2 or 3, 4, however many coal cars that siding can hold, and then I'll use that as the coaling spot. But I'll pre-order, like I'll order the cars, and then I'll wait a whole other day, let them service, and then I'll run them up there that following day. But thank you again for the heads up. I appreciate the shit out of that. Train, why are we not running? Five or 6 hoppers can fit, then whatever the max is, I'm probably gonna take that. just because, like you said, I don't want to get caught with my pants down. And by the point I get down to Nantala, I'm fairly certain that like money is not going to be an issue. Just because I've been kind of calculating the numbers, and I think by the time I'm running freight down to Nantala and all that stuff, I'll be clearing close to $30,000 in profit a day. Which we're looking at in terms of stream time, our in-game time. This is day 31. I'm probably looking at getting there day 38. Right now, I think we're on pace for about day 38. So the beginning of week 2 of the second month, if we really look at it like that. These Alarka cars, I'm gonna get them down into their site or into the station, and then I'll deal with them in the morning before I go to work. Actually not. That thing can just run all the way to the end of the line because it'll just drop off in one. Oh, I was about to say, did I just fuck that up and send that train down the wrong side? How are things down there by you?
Yeah, great. I've just put the stock in for.
Yeah, I seen that.
I've just put the stuff in there. I have. I wonder what this looks like in third person when someone runs in first person. Because it's just so fast. I mean, the walking speed is faster than a running speed. And then you got your running speed, which is faster than most trains go.
This is true.
Select. Four selector. Alright, so I am going to. That's stencil. That wants to be pushed in that way. That wants to be pushed in that way, and that's going to. Alright, so I'm going to run around. Well, I'm going to run around anyway because shit needs to be pushed in anyway. Which is an interesting way of phrasing. Shit needs to be pushed in.
Over here, that just...
Yeah, it means something else.
That just means you're about to get your ass beat. Train, why are we switched against? We shouldn't be switched against. You buffoon! Do you realize how hard it's going to be to get rolling again?
That's the thing about these games, is they can't predict what's about to happen. About to hit a big hill? No idea. No reaction to it.
A nice little hill? Yeah.
Straight away. Live. I just made my stream go live because you were ending yours, so I thought I'd keep my going.
Ooh,
And
okay.
3 minutes after I start, while I'm still in the stream starting screen, I get, "Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer you promotion of your channel viewers, followers, views, chatbots, etc. The price is lower." Fuck off. I got as far as, "Hello, sorry for bothering you," before I banned him.
I love it.
I'll tell you what. How about you fuck off? No, not you, the...
There you go. and then I'll hop in chat and watch yours while I'm laying down. So that whole coal car cut. Oh, come on. You are a cunt hair from fitting. You are legitimately a cunt hair. Just roll up the hill. I don't care if you could dunk it in the fucking thing. Shit. That other car make it? Fuck.
Alright, I'll actually shut that down. I'll shut what I'm doing down here. If you're planning on ending.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
And that way, in 1 minute and 30 seconds, I can make sure that I'm in my own game.
There you go.
So when my stream starts, I'm not ending a game and starting a new one.
Ooh, I wonder if I hook that car up to the... what I think is the bugged out cars. I wonder if it'll trigger them into... Because remember we were talking about this? We had like I had a car, two coal cars up here at the gap that are bugged out.
Yes. Have they got sorted out yet? What's going on with those?
No, they're still bugged out. I took them out of the cut and reset them, and now they didn't do it. So I'm gonna hook up a car to it, and I'm gonna see if that triggers it.
All right, that's where I am. I've got to switch transition to. Okay, I'm officially now live.
Ooh, awesome.
Ooh. I'm just ending up a stream with another friend here on his stream.
Hello.
So that is hello. Desert Fox, 32K. I don't even know if this works on the vanilla stream. So, Fox, FOX, not FOCKS, because that's just silly. 32K. Unrecognized command shout out. SO.
Guten, what would it be?
No, if I. Morgan.
Yeah. Well, it'd be Mittagessen, from Mr. O over here. So everyone hopping in, just hopping in. Hello, good morning, good evening. I am your host, Desert Fox. I'm joined here with my good buddy JJ. We've been streaming on my channel here for about 6.5 hours. I actually have to get ready to go to bed because I have to get up in about 2.5 hours to take my son to school. Because it is 5 in the morning here where I live, and I got to get him up I got to leave the house at 7:20. So I'm going to go take a nap, but I'm going to raid my boy Mr. JJ over here. So
Thank you very much.
why don't everyone hop over, stick around? We're gonna set that up right here. Um,
Am I going to be muted? Am I muted?
in this playback or like on your stream?
On my own stream.
I don't
Testing
know.
1 2 on my microphone. I am going to be. Microphone. Give me a moment. Properties. Try that. That should be working now. I got a new headset and I haven't streamed on OBS since having that new headset. So it was not finding the device. So that was clever on my part. Hello.
There we go.
Well, that's one for the bingo card. Where am I going? Where is this going?
All right.
Whittier. It's on my way to Whittier. Oh. Yes, I thank you very much for that raid. So I've been streaming with Desert Fox for the last amount of time. I'm talking. Who is? What? I'm not seeing anything in any Discord. Oh, you're talking at the Power Discord. You had me confused there, Diablos. Sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, no, I'm gonna save. Okay, game saved. All right. We are gonna move everything over to your side of stuff, and then I will see you in chat.
I'm already in mine.
All right.
So people in my chat may or may not recognize the color schemes that I've got on this set here. Now, obviously, this is an American game set in transition area, approximately 19. I need some training in OBS. The